I'm sorry, y'all. I had to go make me coffee because we got a lot to talk about tonight. For those of y'all who are new to my channel, my name is MariahSincere. I'm an American woman who has been living abroad now for the past 2 years, mostly in Colombia. I am here in the Dominican Republic right now. And guys, we are going to talk about how Mr. Robert Eaton, those of y'all don't like to hear that name coming, but he out here working. Mr. Robert Eaton is exposing the white men that are traveling from country to country doing explicit adult content. What's up, RTGP2? Y'all in these names. Good to see you back. So we're going to talk about that. Also, we're going to talk about some other things that have been going on in the travel space. So I'm excited. Yeah, I know I don't like to wait. I like to get right into it. Whoever comes, comes. So Mr. Robert Eaton has been getting a lot of flack lately. Why is that? Because he is a white man who has been exposing the passport bros. Most recently, he exposed Mentuition's channel. Now, y'all know I just had a little, I wouldn't say a fallout because we was never falling in. But, you know, I had a little spat with Mentuition's channel, you know, over them trying to paint me as some type of woman who is out here just sleeping with a whole bunch of passport bros, right? So I had a falling out of them, and that drew Mr. Robert Eaton's attention, and he put them out on blast. He put them out on blast for throwing these parties or get-together that are all centered around sex tourism. They have been reported to immigration, Colombia, so we shall see if they get admitted. Now, a lot of people don't like what he's doing, and they say that he's coming after, you know, he's snitching. But they don't understand that the whole reason why he's reporting individuals at this point is because they got together. They didn't like criticism he had for the Passport Bros movement as a whole. They got together in a group chat. Mash reported his channel, which he's been working on very hard for months, and they came for his wife. So he's on the rampage, but this is not just limited to Passport Bros. And I'm going to show y'all some very interesting clips that he posted in regards to these white men who are, ooh, why is my camera going out of focus? Hold on. In regards to these white men who are going country to country, making adult content. Now, I'm going to say this. This might be a controversial take. I think that corn is way worse than actual pay for play for society. Hear me out, hear me out, hear me out. A lot of these, first of all, corn, it does not have a high barrier to entry. What do I mean by that? Children can get a hold of corn. A lot of it is free. It just has ads. So what it's producing now, especially in our young men, is addictions to it and very weird and very strange taste. The corn to trans pipeline is real, okay? What happens is a lot of times, especially with these young men, they start watching pornography young, and they start engaging in a lot of homosexual behavior. And you know, here's the thing. Do I believe that there are people who are genuinely born like that? Of course, sure. But I believe that the influence through corn as a vehicle is being influenced to get into weird stuff more and more and more. And we could say just try to limit it to adults, but it's very difficult. It is very difficult to control that. I honestly think pay for play is better than corn. Why? Because there are natural barriers to entry. You know, it's very difficult for a 10-year-old to get into a brothel. Okay. And then on top of that, the men actually have to go to it. You have to actually experience it. It's not necessarily something that you can just do easy. At the very least, it forces some type of real life interaction between you and a woman. So I personally think corn is just one of the worst things that ever happened to society. But that's just my opinion. Y'all watch y'all corn if y'all want to. I'm just telling y'all, as a former high school teacher, the young men are into some weird things, and most of them are homosexuals. I will continue. When I say most of them, I do mean most of them. The young boys, yes. And I believe that's all due to the influence of pornography, or at least the vast majority of it. Okay. I'm going to share my screen. Now, we're going on Robert Eaton channel. Now, ooh, he is exposing this man named Hunter Moore.
Hunter Moore is the most hated man on the internet. But why? It should be for this.
Okay, I want to play your video, sir, but you got Backstreet Boys playing. I guess maybe I can edit it out after.
Here, this is bad. This is enough to be the most hated guy on the internet. Backstreet Boys.
That's why I hate reviewing content from other social sites. Let me see if I can.
This should be
no, I can't play that. I can't play that. Sorry.
Hunter Moore did 2.5 years in federal prison after he was convicted of leaking photos without people's permission. He has now been inside Colombia. We did something earlier, but we got more. And Hunter, your time is up, bro. For you guys that don't know, this is Hunter Moore. He has 2 Instagrams. He already the other one went private earlier, and you ain't getting away from this, Hunter. But before I talk to you directly, let's show everybody what you guys are up to right now. Hunter is here in Medellin shooting porn, right? And I have to ask you, Hunter, do you have a work permit here for that? Do you have your business registered? Are you keeping track of all the ages? Because every one of these girls you say is 18 years old. Are they 18? Can you verify the age? Because this information here is being sent over to the FBI on top of the mayor here and migration as well. And you can't get out and say that it isn't you, because these tattoos right here easily identify that you're the man in these videos.
Damn,
disgusting videos here. He's often talking about 18-year-old girls, right? And filming them having sex. Now, some of them may have signed off on this, but it does not make what he is actually doing legal. This guy already did 2.5 years in prison for doing stuff very similar to this. A little bit different, but down the same path. So I'm sure that we're probably going to find something here, Hunter. You're just in another country trying to hide doing it, and you've been exposed, my guy. For migration, the mayor, everybody that's going to see this, this is going to be his YouTube channel, and where he is filtering everybody through. And now let me talk to you, Hunter. From what I've been told, you like to go around and tell people that you're connected to gangs and police and things of that nature. And I want to let you know, bro, that you are not that guy, and that you just ran into a world of shit, my friend. One that you are not going to be able to weasel your way out of, because you actually did run into somebody, right, that can come and take care of this and clean this up. So I'm going to give you the chance right now. I have your phone number. I have your address. The mayor's going to be tagged in this. Migration's going to be tagged in this. The FBI is going to be tagged in this.
You better. One thing about that Robert Eden, he ain't taking no prisoners. And see, a lot of y'all got mad because y'all were like, he being racist. He only coming for the black passport bros, which I knew that wasn't true, because I've seen him talk about everybody from every color. So while y'all sitting up calling Robert a racist for what he's doing, I need y'all to also include these discussions. I need y'all to include these clips in y'all's video instead of pointing everybody out as a racist. It could just be y'all, because the more and more I'm getting eyes on this travel space, especially where the men are involved, and seeing how diverse the opinions are, there are a lot of men, there are a lot of African-American men who, again, they're not trying to police your peen, but they want y'all to stop acting like buffoons publicly, because they don't want to have to deal with that public perception. They already got to deal with that in the United States. They don't want to go abroad and have to deal with that in other countries if they don't have to. This is not about telling y'all who y'all can and cannot sleep with, what you can and cannot pay for. Absolutely not. But all this putting stuff on blast and making it the highlight, people, even the men are sick of it. I was over on Bates' channel, and they were having a discussion. They are sick of this shit. These passport bros all need to be jailed. They have now started going to Africa now. I mean, I don't think they all need to be jailed, higher ends, but like the ones who are doing stuff that they're not supposed to be doing, like messing with underage girls and making profit off, breaking like local laws. They absolutely, the ones who were sending pictures in the group chats, recording people without their permission and sharing these pictures because they got mad at a chick, or because they want to see who smashed their female, or they want to show another dude, I smashed your female, and they're sending these naked photos. Like, and the women have no clue about it. Yes, because you can't even do that in the United States. Why y'all think y'all can go other places and do that and act like that? What's up, Twink? We need to get all these files on the passport bros and share their information on the countries they're going to. Well, according to Robert, I've seen a couple of posts where he said they are cross-sharing the information in countries like Brazil and Panama as well. He needs to find some, but he on a roll, baby. Ever since they threatened his wife and tried to get that page shut down, he is on a roll.
Just get out of Colombia really fast while you have the chance, because I heard that the prisons here are not so comfortable, my guy. And this here, I've exposed guys and then moved on.
Imagine going to Colombian prison. Oh my gosh. Do y'all know what they call American prison? What do they tell me they call it? They call it like some type of hotel, like Ritz-Carlton or something, Hilton, something like that. And I'm like, imagine in Colombia, they told me they call it, it's like fancy, like prison, you know? And I'm like, wait. Prison in the United States is insane. Like, I would never want to go. First of all, I can't go nowhere where I can't put my name. Like, if I can't wear lip gloss, I can't go. But then on top of that, y'all, one time, y'all know, I used to be juvenile delinquent. So I was in and out of juvenile. Primarily, and I wasn't doing nothing I was just fighting, and then I would leave the house whenever I wanted to, you know, but apparently that's illegal. That's it. But anyway, so from the time I was 11 to the time I was like 16, I was in and out of juvenile. But do y'all know what really scared me? And this is why when I turned 18, I got my act together. Oh, one time I had to go to boot camp for juveniles, and this dyke got in my ear, and she was like, yeah, you would have been my bitch. You know what I'm saying? So I started acting like better. And then, you know, now I'm a law-abiding citizen, okay? But like, just imagine having to go to Colombian prison. Did y'all see Sacat? I want to review Sacat. Have y'all seen Sacat in El Salvador? Like, they don't even have beds. Like, they be sleeping on the floor. And they just get like a bean soup and a little bread. Like, it's crazy. Oh, yes, guys. Thank y'all. Okay, now that I have some people in here right now, I have my fundraiser going. I'm going to Sosua at the end of the month. So it's not just Sosua. I want to get a new microphone for here. And then I want to get a microphone for when I do my RLs in Sosua. And when I go to Sosua, I will be collaborating with some names in this space that you know. So I have some interesting collaborations and interviews coming up. One of them being Mr. Flip Flop. So with that said, right now, my fundraiser, we have $955 to go. What I will be paying for with the money is, of course, my lodging, my travel there, and of course, any activities or whatever I'll be doing there. And again, it's also to pay for my microphone. So we're at $955. And yeah, so feel free to donate to my Cash App or my PayPal, which is in the description box. Because if you donate on here on YouTube, I'm not going to get it until the end of this month if you donate now. He do talk shit about Mr. Yeah, him and Mr. Flip Flop are having their little beef going. They both been talking shit. I have chosen to stay neutral in that situation. Until the pros start complaining, this gringo crime needs to stop. I mean, I hear you, but the thing is, it's the locals complaining. It's the people that run it's not even just the locals. It's a bunch of elements to this. It's the locals who are complaining because there's an influx of that type of tourism, and they don't want their country being painted as that. And y'all could argue, well, if they don't want their country to be painted at that, then they should just make it illegal. But they have other reasons why they have chosen to make that legal. And here's my thing. There's nothing wrong with having stuff like that legal as long as you're controlling and regulating it. I don't think it's a zero-sum game, or I don't think it should be an all or nothing kind of thing, right? But at the same time, what the locals are asking for is we want y'all to control the situation. And that's what I've been telling the men, because the men will say, well, if they don't want us coming there doing that, they should just make it illegal. And it's like, no. That ain't necessarily what they're saying. What they're saying is they want these group chats to stop. What they're saying is they want y'all to stop putting it on the internet. What they're saying is they want y'all to stop promoting the sex tourism through these parties and stuff. That's what they're saying. They're not saying they don't want you to come to that country and pay for a little cootie cat. Because at the end of the day, them dollars, they circulate in the economy, them dollars spend too. Okay? Them pesos spend too. But they don't want to be known for that. That's just like if the United States was known for everything that goes on in Las Vegas. Okay.
On afterward, I will not stop with you until this is taken care of, my guy. So figure out what you're going to do, small town Christian boy, because your time is up.
Damn. And it says Hunter Moore did 2.5 years in prison after being convicted of federal crimes in the USA. He is now in Colombia engaging in what many believe to be criminal activities. He tagged migration and said this is a dangerous man that has already attempted to ruin lives inside the United States. Mayor Fico Gutierrez, I know how hard you are working to build the best Medellin, and I support your work fully. Men like this from the USA pose a risk to Colombians and other Americans wanting to come visit this beautiful city. He's already been to prison in the USA and is now here, quite possibly doing even worse than he did there. FBI Sacramento, damn, he tagged the FBI. And FBI Director Cash, he tagged Cash Patel. You have a man that was convicted of federal crimes back in the USA, now here in Colombia, possibly doing the same. He should be looking into it if he is up to his old ways and be held accountable. As for you, Hunter, it's easy to say you are someone anyone can, but being that guy is something totally different. Let's see what the authorities have to say about all of what you have been up to. Everything mentioned in this post is a result of collected information. Everyone is always assumed innocent until proven guilty. We will be turning over all evidence we have to the proper authorities as well. Damn. Y'all, he is not playing. He is not playing. Check out, hold on. I'm going to check them out during this live. Yes, hold on. Kenya, yeah, Sosua technically is local, but it's all the way on the north side. And I still have to pay to do that. You know what I'm saying? And then I got to pay for my accommodations here as well. But yeah, I mean, it's local, but not local. It's like you traveling to another state. You know what I'm trying to say? If you have any information on this passport, bro, share with Nana Kwaku live. I'm going to review his videos today. They should make it illegal for Black dudes only. That would be nice. That's not right. You can't do that. You can't do that, especially if this is not a race thing. And here's the thing. I was listening to Bates live the other day. And again, there are plenty of Black men in the travel space who were like, we are tired of it because they don't want to be associated with it. And again, it's the promotion. I'm sure nobody would have ever cared or even really known if everything was kept on the DL. Honestly, most women in the park are Venezuelan. Absolutely nothing to do with Colombia. I will tell the truth. That's what I keep hearing, that most of the women in the park are Venezuelan. I honestly don't know. But you're not the first person that I've heard that from. Let's see what he said.
A passport bro has made a threat against my life. Let's jump into it real quick, guys. Ooh. Now, this whole situation started a couple days ago when I called out Frezzy. This is Frezzy here. Frezzy getting props.
Who is that? Do y'all know who he is? Does he have a YouTube channel? Is he somebody I should know about?
The channel twice now, right? For having a WhatsApp group where they're sending illegal content, okay? I call Frezzy out on the channel, and this is how they respond. Frezzy goes into his WhatsApp group and tells everyone to mass report me. Let's start there real quick. Guys, you already tried to do that. It didn't work. Put us down for some days. We're back up and we'll stay up. But you should talk to Ron about that when they did that last time, because I think Ron's account went down for a week himself. Because you know what I have found out is Meta doesn't take too kindly to people doing fake mass reporting, and they will actually ban your account. So Frezzy, if you like being on socials, you should probably think twice about that. But guys, this one gets better. Ken here told everybody not to worry out for anything, that he sent out a hit team after me. Let me start with this, Ken. I'm going to address you personally real quick. I have your name. I got your phone number. I have your information. I got everything I need to hand over to the feds, and you can be arrested really quickly. But we're not going to do that, right? I'm going to make a...
People are mad at Robert. Other men are turning in this information. And then here's the thing. Like I keep saying this, I'm going to say this again. There is no honor amongst thieves. Thank you, Summer. Thank you, Summer Jam. There is no honor amongst thieves. So a lot of this is get back for when you saw that a man was happily in love, or he thought he was happily in love, and you went and slept with his girl because you're trying to prove a point. That happens a lot within these WhatsApp groups, or that faction of the passport bros. So a lot of this is these men who have left the movement because they thought y'all had some type of brotherhood, but the whole time you was hating and plotting and moving foul. So a lot of these men that were a part of the movement, but maybe left, but are still part of these group chats, they were the ones who were sending this information into Robert. Like they trying to take y'all down. So a lot of this, some of y'all getting y'all karma for just being foul. But I keep telling y'all, if lust is the only thing that's bringing y'all together, that's the foundation that's basically built on quicksand. There is no loyalty when y'all whole relationship or the whole premise of y'all's brotherhood is built on lust. That's not built on good morals. So that's what I'm saying. That's why I've seen it. There's a lot of stuff I don't get on here and talk about because people tell me certain things in confidence. But it's a lot of backbiting that goes on in this space, and it's created a lot of jadedness and bitterness. So these men are out here putting y'all, it's not Robert. Robert is just receiving the information. Correction. What's up, Romeo? He said, correction. There's no honor amongst tricks. Hey, even the women know that. Even the women know that. Y'all got to know that. Understand how people beefing overseas. People need to mind their business and don't do videos or flicks. Well, I agree with you, Raymond, but they doing them videos and they doing them flicks. Not calling him federal rob. Hey, that was the wrong person to get on his bad side. Flip threatened him too. He said, yeah, they Flip, and like I said, I'm staying out of it between Flip and Robert. I gave my opinion on some things that Flip Flop said about the WhatsApp groups that I didn't necessarily agree with, but at the same time, I'm staying out of that. My name Bennett. I ain't in it, baby. I'm not in it. I ain't taking no sides in that. What up, Archie? I know the Travel Time with Paul stopped by nice. Yeah, I've been watching Travel Time with Paul for a couple years now. You're definitely getting traction in the space. Also, Maju Bar Thailand is a verified account. It's a well-known Black-owned spot in Pattaya and a staple. Wow, I'm going to have to go. Yeah, I love me some Travel Time with Paul content because he's funny. He's funny as hell.
Statement actually to all you passport bros that are doing the goofy stuff. A statement that I have made, and I thought I made it pretty clear, but it doesn't seem to register. I know you flip-flop, you're watching, you're not a believer yet, but let me just say it again for you guys real quick. Maybe it will start to register. Guys, I call out women and guys that are here in town with me, drugging guys, people that could be a threat. I call them out, people that you would never call out. I don't hide my face. I am not living in a tower with gringos. There is no security. I live in a neighborhood with locals. You can walk up to my front door.
Damn.
And if I don't care about exposing them, let me ask you this question. What in the hell do any of you think that you could do to me? And then I'll answer.
Robert ain't gave no fucks. He done talked about the people in the park. We all know who run the park. If you know, you know. Robert ain't gave zero fucks. He be walking around there comfortably. He ain't gave a damn. Not one time, not yet. And mind you, he been at this for months at this point. Matter of fact, he was exposing the locals before he started exposing some of these passport bros that were doing. He was exposing them way before he even mentioned the passport bros. Yes, he was. Why people can't be overseas? You know how many people I know got unalived overseas yet? Niggas been putting too much of their business on the internet. Anyways, it's time niggas chill out. Yeah, I mean, back in the day, people just used to do stuff and not have to go tell everybody. That's what I'm not understanding. Robert tell on people because they're not paying the IRS. No. Is that you who he posted your number, Ken? Hope they aren't stopping Knicks fans after their playoff run. They also want to stop rowdy partying and prevent another Freaknik Puerto Rican Day parade. And I think was having Freaknik. Oh, no, I didn't know they was doing Freaknik in PR. What? Are you talking about the one in New York? They light up your friend Robert on Homie Hub Live, full panel. The space is not happy. A war is happening. LOL. Robert Chill Capo was on the live. Hold on. Wait. So hold on. Robert got on the live. You got to clarify on the Homies Hub because I will go over to that channel to watch that. Here's the thing. Black folks, y'all know we know how to read somebody. You know, I'm the queen of talking shit when I want to talk shit. But here's the thing. They can drag Robert all they want on the internet. Who's gonna win the real beef in real life is gonna be Robert. And y'all know how he gonna win that? These men stop getting admitted to these countries. It is what it is. He gonna win on that front. We can drag him, roast him, score on him all day. He can't, you know, Robert is a witty man, but you know, you ban a whole bunch of us together. And well, I ain't in it because I ain't against Robert. But you know, he might have a hard time going toe to toe in a verbal match. That's not really his lane. That's not really how they, you know what I mean by that. That ain't really what they do, right? But in terms of putting them papers in your life, he gonna win that every time. Thank you, Raymond. I've been to Santo Domingo umpteen times and I never get caught with dudes. We there for fun and peace. Stay low and have fun. Honestly and truly, maybe I need to go to the west side some more. But even the times I went over there, I'm not seeing a whole bunch of black men. But then I'm like, would I even know? Because Santo Domingo is so black, would I even know? I definitely don't see that. I mean, yes, I know there are putitas here and stuff, right? I'm not stupid. But it's definitely nowhere near the level of Medellin. Maybe when I go up north, like Punta Cana, Sosúa, I'll see something different. But here's that. I get the feeling that the black men that choose to live here in Santo Domingo are probably like assimilating more. And I'm talking about the ones who are choosing to live here and stuff like that. Are probably like, you know, probably came down here and got some girlfriends, that kind of vibe.
Answer it for you. There is not a damn thing any one of you can do to me.
Damn.
But you can find yourself in a world of trouble very quickly. So I want to caution you, right? I know you guys watch Narcos, you set up your, YouTube streams and you have your Instagram channels and you created this character for yourself in Fantasyland where you're some tough guy in Latin America. None of you guys are tough. You're not hard. You don't have any real juice, because if you did, right, you would know what that making a
I don't necessarily know about everybody's background, but I can say with some of these men, I'm like, bro, you was not hard in the United States. Some of them I could see like, okay, you might have had some respect. It just depends on the dude. But like the majority of the men that I be like, bro, you was not hard even in your city. What makes you think you're going to come to Latin America and be hard, right? Especially in a place like Colombia where life is nothing. It ain't nothing to take no life over here. Yes, it's still okay. I'm going to go review it. I'm going to go see. They're not going to stop. Can y'all put the name of the video on the Homies Hub channel where Robert and Capo was on there? I'm finna go review it. They're not going to stop the nigga. Look, he gonna say I'm obsessed with him, but shit, if they was in there going, I got to watch that, bro. It ain't even for the homies hub. I want to see what was said. They're not going to stop the Knicks fans after their playoff parade a week ago in Canyon here. Okay. See, I can see Colombia migration doing that, stopping Knicks and Rangers fans to prevent Knicks fans. Oh no, they're not going to do that. We be low. That's what I'm saying. It seems like the black dudes that be over here in Santo Domingo be chilling. Like, even, you know what? I'm not even gonna hold you. Even I noticed on my Instagram page, it's a lot of black dudes that either live in Santo Domingo that follow me or be going back and forth from Santo Domingo. They might live there 6 months out the year that follow me, and they always be cool in my comments. Or when I say certain stuff, they don't be getting offended. They be like, yo, we be sick of the lame shit too. She telling y'all right. What's up, Born Ready? Rob and Capo was on live for 5 hours. Were they on whose channel were they on though, Chosen One? Tell me, were they on the Homies Hub channel or were they on Rob's channel? Whose channel were they on? So I know where I need to go. What up, Born Ready? How are you today? Sasua is for the payers. Santo Domingo is for the players. Well, if y'all want to see me go and take that trip to Sasua and see what it's really about and give my honest opinion about what I see going down on there on the ground. Now, of course, I'll be doing IRLs, but you know, I try my best to not, you know, like, what am I trying to say? Like, y'all know I'm not going to be putting no girls' booty and stuff on the screen. And I'm also going to be interviewing Mr. Flip Flop in person, live and in person. I want to go to his grill, all of that. So if y'all want to see me do that, you can donate to my Cash App, because if you donate that to the super chat, I'm not going to get it in time, especially if you don't donate it on the first. So Cash App, MariahSincere, put Sasua, or you can donate to my PayPal. The PayPal account is down in the description box. That's the passportsis@gmail.com. So you can donate there. Right now we're at $9.55. And it's also going toward me getting a new mic here and a mic for when I do my RLs. So just make sure whatever you send, you put a little note that says Sasua. But I want to go. I want to go because I want to meet some of the dudes that are in the country. This title is The Passport Bros Are Over on Homies Hub channel. Live a day long ago. Okay, it's on Homies Hub channel. Okay. Let me finish looking at these first on his page, and then I'm gonna make my way over there. Give my review.
A passport bro has made a threat against my.
That's it. Hold on. Let me see what he said right here.
Colombia has become one of the world's largest hubs for the commercial sex industry. It's also widely recognized as one of the world's largest producers of webcam content, with Medellin considered by many industry analysts to be the global capital of webcam studios. On top of that, the country has a rapidly growing community of subscription content creators on platforms like OnlyFans. When you combine webcam studios, escort service, independent sex workers, adult content creators, sex tourism, Colombia has built one of the largest commercial sex economies in Latin America. That doesn't mean most Colombians are involved in it. That's far from it. The overwhelming majority of Colombians are hardworking people, raising families and building honest lives. But the size of the industry has had real impacts. It attracts international sex tourists, it fuels organized criminal networks in some areas, and it changes how parts of certain cities are perceived by visitors. If you're thinking about moving to Colombia or even just visiting, it's important that you understand both sides of the country. Colombia is an incredible nation filled with amazing people, guys. Like, I live here. The culture and opportunity, but pretending that this industry doesn't exist doesn't help anyone. So here I am talking about it. Understand the reality helps you make better decisions, avoid risky situations, and appreciate Colombia for what it truly is. Not just the stereotypes, but not with blinders on either, guys. Colombia has become one of the world's largest hubs for the commercial sex industry. It's also widely recognized as one of the world's largest producers of webcam content, with Medellin considered by many industry analysts to be the global capital of webcam studios.
Okay, so I don't watch pornography, so I did not realize that Colombia was #1 for the production of that content. And you know what I think? Yes, the women are beautiful, but like, let's be for real. Colombia is just such an easy place to get. There are a lot of plastics, like it's a lot of plastic surgery. You go to Medellin, most people, especially when we're talking about women my age and even younger, these girls start having work done at 16 years old. So it like you can be picture perfect for those cameras. Will we see MariahSincere on 90 Day Fiance one day? I don't know. Y'all will see me though. Oh, trust me. When I say all of these predictions that people have had about my trajectory, that's already like that ship has sailed. Y'all understand? Like it's like I said, I cannot speak on I legally cannot speak on certain things at this point. Now Sasua isn't really the same anymore, but it's cool to check it. Santo Domingo way better. Check the lounge next to the Blue Mall at night. It's live. Okay. I'm all for trolling, travel tricks, and getting sexual deviants or pedos out of here. But just reporting every content creator to migration and exposing private group chats is nut shit. You think so? I think it depends on what's being said in them group chats. And again, I don't know if you were here when I said this. The people who are sending this information to Robert, these are men who have been burned. Y'all understand? A lot of these men, I'm telling you what happened. They might have showed their girlfriend on the internet. Here go who's supposed to be their friend or their homie. Going and messaging their girlfriend or trying to sleep with their girlfriend. Some even be successful with sleeping in their girlfriend. And then blasting them in a group chat. Or and they get, that's why I fucked you. You know, the movement itself has made a lot of enemies of other men who are willing to get this information from the group chat and send it to Robert. That's what's really going on. I'm telling y'all. Pray for Venezuela. Yeah. Those images, it's to the point where that day that happened, I didn't even want to create content because it's like that. Yeah, I'm sorry, because that gonna make me emotional. That's why I ain't even been on here talking about it. Those images are horrific. And what's crazy is I talked about going on a group trip this summer to Venezuela. So it's like, y'all, it's just terrible. And that could happen to any one of us. Like, you just going about your life, living your day, and then a natural disaster happened. You know, we think we in control. We not in control. God in control. So we have to appreciate every moment we have here on this life. Treat the people that you love right. Try to do right by people. Try to do right by the people that you love, because you just never know. You think you got your day planned out, and God and nature have other things planned. So prayers up for Venezuela. I'm getting scar revision in Colombia. They told me 3,700 USD is for what? Scar revision? For scar revision? Definitely gringo pricing you. What? Scar revision? Let me tell you just how crazy that sounds. So I went to, and I'm gonna get this work done. That's why I said when Homestead was trying to say, oh, she got a facelift, baby, anything I get done, y'all gonna know. I'm gonna go get forehead Botox. It's not bad, but I be trying to prevent stuff for a get bad. I'm gonna go get the fat for my cheeks taken out. I'm gonna go get a Russian lip fill, and I'm gonna go get the fat taken out of my arms and a lipo 360. I might fill in my hip dips. But to do the arms, the lipo 360, the hip dips, and a fat transfer to my breast, $8,500. That's a lot of surgery. So $3,700 for scar revision, when you could get lipo 60, you could get lipo 360. A woman can go get lipo 360 and a BBL for that price in Colombia. So to me, that seems like a lot.
On top of that, the country has a rapidly growing community of subscription content creators on platforms like OnlyFans. When you combine webcam studios, escort service, independent sex workers, adult content creators, sex tourism, Colombia has built one of the largest commercial sex economies in Latin America. That doesn't mean most Colombians are involved in it. That's far from it. The overwhelming majority of Colombians are hardworking people raising families and building honest lives. But the size of the industry has had real impacts. It attracts international sex tourists, it fuels organized criminal networks in some areas, and it changes how parts of certain cities are perceived by visitors. If you're thinking about moving to Colombia or even just visiting, it's important that you understand both sides of the country. Colombia is an incredible nation filled with amazing people, guys. Like, I live here. The culture and opportunity.
And I'll say this too, even in Medellin, if you don't want to see that stuff, you don't have to see it. A lot of this is on the, and that's what I'm saying. If the men would just get off the internet, then people probably would not even care that much. And when I say the internet publicly, like these YouTube videos, all of that, these chat, like people wouldn't even care, because honestly, if you wanted to go to Medellin and never see that shit, you never have to. You never have to. The only times I ever saw prostitutes on the whole stroll in Medellin was when I went to Parquegueras, the few times I've been, and my friend took me to El Centro, and she showed me a place by this Catholic church. Is a Catholic churches, by the Catholic churches, wow, where, you know, the girls be on the whole stroll and they be selling it for like $10. Thank you for the $5 super chat, Raymond. They angry dudes, LOL. If they ain't doing no Epstein type ish, leave them alone. But I suppose it depends on the doctor. Not all surgeons are created equal. I mean, yeah, that's true. But even a good, okay, let me give you another figure. I have a lipedema. Sorry, y'all. I have lipedema. So the doctor that I was going to is a specialist, like a world-renowned specialist. And so for him to take the fat out of my arms and out of all of my legs, like thighs and calves, that surgery total, including the hospital, all fees included, is $6,500 if I want to go get that done. So that's what I'm saying. I think that's they definitely getting you. I ain't even gonna hold you. They getting you. They getting you. I know not all surgeons are included equal, but there are amazing surgeons in Colombia that's not going to charge you that. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to make my way over to the Homies Hub channel. Again, let me be very clear. I'm not going to his channel to roast him at all, okay? I'm going to his channel because they told me that Chill Capo and Robert got on a live and there was some beef, okay? That's it. I'm not going over there for the Homies Hub. I know a lot of y'all think I really am over that whole situation. I really don't even care. So this says white expat. Is this the name of the video? Is this the one? White expat is destroying passport bros for good. Y'all, why do y'all, man, maybe we just put it there because it's the time. It doesn't matter so much that Robert is a white man. Because honestly, truly, opportunities. He tell on everybody.
Mo Living Gringo was good, man.
What's going on, bro? How you doing?
I'm good, man. Talk to us, bro. Right now, you were Agent 007, man. I want to hear the motivation, because when I first started watching your channel, it seemed like you were defending Passport Bros. Now you're going at Passport Bros. I just want to understand why the switch up.
Yeah, I mean, so really, I mean, first, thanks for having me on, and you can, if you want to thank anyone, Capo let me know about the live. So I just dropped over to see what you guys are doing. But it's this simple, man. Like, when I started making content, for one, I never had any intention of making content, right? When I seen Capo get deported, and I seen the guy flopping around like a fish in Calle 10 and no one doing anything about it. Okay, and then Eric losing his life. I just got really pissed off, and I made a post, and it went.
That's where I'm gonna go. Let me go to the Homies Hub. I'm gonna go to the live panel. That's where y'all want me at. Okay. Let's see. I'm guessing, is it this one? Passport Bros are degenerates of the world. Is that it? I'm thinking this is it. No, it's not 5 hours. This is the one that's 5 hours. Damn. Okay. Now, does he automatically start talking about Robert, or is that further into the video?
And I thought it was lame because a lot of the people that are doing this, you know, to me, it just comes off as hating, right? But trust me, guys, we're going to get into the conversation that you guys want to have.
Imagine
we can have that conversation. So let me just pull up this video real quick.
Tonight,
I've seen Austin Holloman is back to being the talk of the town in the space. So I want to just play this video for you guys real quick because I thought it was interesting watching another black man, travel bro, start reporting people to migration, okay?
Why does he think that? Okay, this is not even just a criticism of the Homies Hub that I have, but I will say part of the thing that kind of fueled our spat that we had is because he got upset with my friend Kari, because my friend Kari said publicly on another panel that he doesn't do pay for play, right? And the Homies Hub got upset because his thought process is we're supposed to be sticking together. And it's like, why do black men only should stick together when it comes to deviant shit? Is it not the same like when the black men who don't want to be associated with that shit and they come together and say, hey, we're like disclaiming y'all, we putting y'all out on blast, we want this shit. Are those black men not sticking together as black men? Why do black people only have to defend each other when it comes to the most degenerate parts of our culture and society? Why do we have to band together then? And somebody like Austin Holloman does kind of, especially as he's getting older, he's about to get married. These men are traveling. They don't want to be associated with certain type of shit. And what these men are failing to realize is that it is creating a stereotype, a global stereotype. And they should not be required to participate in it, or they also shouldn't be required to pretend like it's not going on. Because then people are going to say, well, if y'all are the good ones, then why don't y'all say something to the ones that are bad actors? So it's like, this is a one case that I see where black men are literally putting their foot on their neck of other black men who are doing wrong because they don't want to be associated with that. And it's causing problems. And people are saying, oh, they're going against black men. And it's like, not really. Because when you think about it, even in the United States, this type of shit is not like, that's not a part of our culture. That's really not a part of our culture. Black men in the United States, like in the United States, I'm going to be so for real. It's not that men don't pay for play in the United States. They do it too. But it's not something that they publicly brag about. And in black culture, that's always been considered something that's lame. I'm just being honest. On the mainland, black men be like, niggas that do that are lame, right? So that's my point. It's like, people are like, we just don't want this to represent who we are. Every time we land somewhere, we have to deal with these stereotypes. And there's nothing wrong with that. I think the younger generation puts the majority of content online. The internet is all they know. Yeah, but everything not for the internet. I'm going to fast forward, Archie. The correct title live is Passport Bros Are Over. You got to fast forward to the panel talk or review the beginning when Robert pull up. I'm going to go there. I'm about to review all that. Mariah, it's important for you to put fair use in your video so you don't get strike. He better not try to strike me. You're right. I'm going to start doing that because I never tried to strike him as much as he done used from content he done used of mine. I ain't never went and put no strike on nobody. What up, Corny Hub? No, I'm not roasting him tonight. I'm really not roasting him. I promise you I'm not roasting him. I'm making an observation of a mentality that not only he shares, but a lot of other men share. It's like they feel like because they are promoting and participating in pay-for-play culture, that other Black men should be also promoting and participating in it, or at the very least not saying anything about it and just letting them be able to continue their narrative without any pushback. And I don't think that's fair. I don't think that's fair. Those men have a right to try to protect their image when one part of the group is doing a lot of damage to it. Hey girl, I seen you earlier. How are you today? That's one of the main problems with going on in the United States. Why Black men, that's another thing. A lot of these Black men didn't want to leave the country to have to deal with the same type of racial bias that they dealt with in the United States. One big problem of why you got YN culture in the United States running amok, and you got a lot of people associating a lot of negative stereotype with today's modern Black male, is because whenever normal Black people try to speak up, they are demonized. They are constantly demonized. So it's like, it's that same mentality that people are taking abroad. Romeo work, that's right, Mariah. You got to put fair use or Homie Sub can strike your channel. Well, he better not, or I'm going to go on a striking spree. I hope he wouldn't. I never strike nobody's channel. He used other people's content too.
So let's bring this up.
And this is why Black folks ain't no good. Let's just start there. And I'm not talking about Africans. I'm talking about you motherfuckers, Black Americans. 6 months. So this ain't even recent.
I recently needed a temporary phone number for SMS verification, so I decided to give Quacker a shot. Honestly,
I done had dudes come to Kenya. They done paid me no. They done paid me $4,000 and $5,000 to get their place, show them around all that. And I'm like, yeah, okay, I know a realtor that's gonna help me buy a place. What place you want, I'm with them the whole.
Okay, so these folks are paying you $4,000 and $5,000, but you are online complaining about the business that's going. I'm so confused. Are you just trying to flex for the women in the back, the woman in the background?
Whole time.
So the title of this video.
I ain't complaining about shit. You paying me that much money, $4,000 or $5,000, baby. If somebody pay me $4,000 or $5,000 to come do some type of tour or something here in Santo Domingo, I promise you, I'm finna stretch that. I'm finna live off of that for 2 months. What you mean? It is the same video.
It's called Passport Girls Working in Kenya illegally without a permit. All right, you guys be calling me a federal agent. This is some federal agent shit right here. Okay, this is 100% federale time, and this is from another Black brother himself, right?
$5,000.
I have composed an email to the immigration services, and this is the screenshot. And I left it in the draft. You understand, right? I just feel like, I would just leave it there so I can gather more information, because right now, he's innocent until proven guilty. You understand, right? So this is what the email looks like. So
he's drafting an email to immigration services to let them know that Austin Holloman is working in Kenya without a permit. I want you to look at the color of his skin and then listen to this email.
Boom,
Here's the thing, Homies Hub, and anybody else that think, like I keep trying to tell y'all, when you are an American that goes abroad, that skin color shit, y'all gotta leave that in the United States. It don't matter no more. That's not how the rest of the world thinks. Matter of fact, they think that we're mentally ill because we're stuck on that. Just because you are a person with dark skin and you go to Africa, don't mean that when you go there, they see you as their brethren. No. I need all y'all to understand this. I don't care if you white, black, brown, red, yellow, all of that. Okay? When you leave the United States of America, you are an American first. You are an American first. When you come to Latin America, you are a gringo first. All of this, y'all taking this racial stuff, it don't matter. Do you understand? They have a different history than us. They have a different culture. Matter of fact, in a lot of these countries, their ancestors sold us on the slave trade. For a lot of these countries, they still participating in the slave trade to this day. So y'all gotta understand, a lot of these countries, they beefing with their neighbor next door. They beefing with the tribe that live a couple miles over still. Nobody care about your black ass problems when you go to Africa. It's a whole different, y'all gotta get at that mentality. They not looking at things as black versus white, and us black people gotta stick together. Or when you come to Latin America, they not looking at it as you a minority and I'm a minority, like we do in the United States. You gotta come to, nobody care about that shit. I need y'all to understand. Guys, it's 59 people watching. Can y'all please get the likes up, share my video if you care. I need y'all to, and it's not just the homies hub. I'm not like, I need everybody to think it's all of that, oh, black people gotta stick together. And the homies hub, I'm gonna say this because it needs to be said. I don't know why you keep on with that rhetoric. You are not a black American. You are Nigerian. You are not even like, you keep inserting yourself into our racial dynamics in the United States when really that shit don't got nothing to do with you. And it's not a diss. It's not a like, I love Nigerian people, Nigerian culture, Nigerian food, but like, it's not like all of this taking that mentality that we've had for generations and generations in the United States abroad, where you aren't even like subject to that for real. You choosing to, your people didn't teach you all that. You know, y'all don't got that going on in Africa. It's like, why keep on with this? Let's stop that. Just stop, you know? Skinfolk don't mean that we're kinfolk. Exactly, it don't. And again, I'm not even trying to roast him. Like, I'm just giving my honest assessment. It's like, why you keep talking about this black and white stuff, black and white? I don't really know too many Nigerians that be on that. Because again, they know that really don't got nothing to do with them. My Nigerian homeboy that just came visited me for my birthday in Santo Domingo, he make it very clear, I'm not black. I'm Nigerian.
May concern.
You don't care about none of this stuff going on in the United States.
If I'm in focus, to the Directorate of Immigration Services, I am writing to request that the Directorate review the activities of Austin Halleman, a foreign national who has publicly shared information that may be relevant to Kenya immigration and work permit regulations. Based on his public online content, he recently stated during a live stream that he received approximately $400 for providing a real estate consultation while he was in Kenya.
Guys, I want you to understand something, right? As a content creator, traveling passport bro, whatever you want to call it, you got to be very, very, very careful of what, and I say it all the time. I'm not afraid to say it, just straight up haters that exist on YouTube.
I mean, he's not lying with that. Okay, here's the thing, guys. Y'all gotta understand this. A lot of the locals are upset if you come into their country and your dollar spend more than their currency. They mad that you come into their country and you living better than them, right? And don't let me even get started on the countries where the people of African descent are at the bottom. Now you come over there and you darker than the people at the top. They not used to seeing people your color having more money than them. It just is what it is. They don't give a damn that you black American. You an American. They don't like that. So yes, there are people, whether you're doing things that are of a sexual nature or you're doing things that are on the up and up. If they find out your visa status or that you're there on a tourist visa or that you're on a visa where you need, or if you don't have a visa that permits you to work in their country, they will snitch on you. They will snitch on you. They will report you to immigration.
Because this nigga drafted this looked like something he wrote, like he typed this out. This wasn't even Chat GPT. Like he looked like he typed this out. He's bolding words in here and things like that, right? Now I get it. If you think whatever Austin Holloman is doing in Kenya is a scam, that's up to you. I don't care that much, right? Because I'm not somebody donating or buying into whatever it is that he has going on. If it's a grift, if it's a plan, if it's, you know, him trying to just figure something out, I get it. You can scrutinize, by all means, you can scrutinize the legitimacy of it. I've seen a live stream from...
I mean, this is really just, I'm going to move on from this because, like, I want to get to what y'all want me to talk about. But let me just say this. I'll agree with the homie Tub. You got to be careful because people be hating. But also, I'm going to also say this. It's people that was not even thinking about going to Kenya until Austin Holloman talked about people going to Kenya. So it's like voices like his are needed because he's promoting Kenya and he's promoting it in a positive light. And people come over to Kenya and they invest. Let's not act like they don't need it over there. You know, not that everywhere in Kenya is poor or something like that, but Africa, countries in Africa need as much investment as they can get, especially considering that a lot of times their governments don't be doing what they're supposed to be doing with a lot of the funding or the aid that they're receiving. So ultimately, this is a situation where doing too much hating, it's stopping bags, it's blocking blessings, honestly and truly. And again, he's done nothing but try to promote Kenya in a positive light. Has he had some criticism? Yes, but for the most part, he has tried to draw investment into the country. Now, with that said, let me continue. I'm gonna get to Robert. I know that's what y'all want to see.
And you cross the fucking line, right?
Hold on.
I just got really pissed off and I made a post and it went viral.
At niggas that's actively tagging migration in my, you guys are tagging migration in like random videos. Like I really don't do anything on YouTube, but you guys are tagging them in random videos. So I would love to know, because I know Kobe, you're one of those guys. I would love to hear why y'all are doing this. Said, where are the links? Hold on. I'm dropping a link again. Wait. Chat. If y'all typing too much, slow down. So I like how Moses clarified he didn't make that trash site. Listen, y'all gotta chill, my nigga. I built the site. They designed it. I dropped the link, man. Come on here.
Okay, so Robert,
drop the link, man. We're gonna keep it respectful.
I don't want to go too far into it because I want to hear when he first comes up.
It's crazy. Yeah. My bad. I'm sorry, y'all. So you sick for 2 months? I'm not sick, bro. I'm not sick. Get the likes up, chat. We got 195 people in the building. I'm dropping the link for him again. Make sure he can come on here. Say, why are you bootlicking the dude? I don't think I'm bootlicking him at all. I'm being very honest about how I feel about the dude. All right, we got Robert on here. Remote living gringo, what's good, man?
What's going on, bro? How you doing?
I'm good, man. Talk to us, bro. Right now, you were Agent 007, man. I want to hear the motivation, because when I first started watching your channel, it seemed like you were defending Passport Bros. Now you're going at Passport Bros. I just want to understand why
this is what happens when you don't understand nuance. And I've had this same criticism before about the Homies Hub. Trying to keep people safe. Again, Robert has said 1,000,001 times that he has done pay for play before. He just didn't put it on the internet. So trying to keep men safe who are coming here to date, or they might be doing pay for play, but they're ending up scoped and unalived, is not the same thing as necessarily defending what they're doing. But I mean, here's the thing. It is perfectly reasonable to say, I don't necessarily agree with pay for play or men putting it on the internet, but I also don't believe that they should be unalived either. I've never been the type to, once these men get scoped or unalived, be like, oh, he got what he deserved. To me, it's always sad. Now, there are people like that who be like, yeah, this should have, XYZ should have happened to them. And that's what I'm saying. People got to learn to start thinking in nuance. People can hold two or multiple views at the same time. So I've always seen what Robert is doing as a consistent action. It's just people like to look at things in black and white, and life is not that simple. It's actually very complicated.
Switch up.
Yeah, I mean, so really, I mean, first, thanks for having me on. And you can, if you want to thank anyone, Capo, let me know about the live. So I just dropped over to see what you guys are doing. But it's this simple, man. Like, when I started making content, for one, I never had any intention of making content, right? When I seen Capo get deported, and I seen the guy flopping around like a fish in Calle 10 and no one doing anything about it, and then Eric losing his life, I just got really pissed off, and I made a post, and it went viral. So I said, hey, you know what? If I'm going to complain about something, maybe I should do something about it. And, you know, so I started talking about the women that are drugging guys, right? But here's the thing. My content has always been about behavior. But you're right. I never had any of the passport bros really on the radar, right? Even though I think some of the stuff that y'all, and when I say y'all, I don't necessarily mean you, is stupid as shit, just being honest. You guys that are grown-ass men sharing sex videos with each other is fucking stupid. That's what I did when I was 16. But regardless, I didn't have anything to say about it. But what happened is a group of guys, see, I never, even tonight, I'm getting messages from guys asking me why I'm not going after this person. I don't even know who half of you guys are, right?
Let me insert this, Robert. A lot of the reasons why these men are grown and they're sharing sex videos with each other and they think it's cool, it's because, hell, when they were 16, girls wasn't sending them no video. They weren't able to get the footage. So it's like everything you done already did, they just now getting to do. You understand? A lot of them just now coming into some paper or even having the access to do it. And then I do think a lot of it is homosexual behavior. At this age, you still doing this. You don't mind other dudes watching you doing that with a girl, or you always talking about your sex life with other dudes. In my mind, you like other men having that image of you in their head, sleeping with. It's something weird about that to me, you know? But a lot of it has to do with things that you were doing when you were 16. They're brand new. They just got to the party, sir. You leaving or you been left. They just pulled up. Man, growing up, I got tired of seeing soap operas coming on after the news. They have faded away, but y'all new YouTubers keep the drama going. Okay. Hey, well, we got to, or else y'all not tuned in. I'm just keeping it a buck.
People are sharing stuff with me
I'm really not trying to. This is not a Homies Hub roasting session. Y'all asked me to come review this video, so I'm reviewing it and giving my fair take on it.
Tired of it, right? Someone started sharing stuff about Melvin Dibbs to me, like a group of like 3 guys, like, hey, this guy is fucking just ridiculous. You got to say something. And I was like, whatever, fuck it. You know what? All these people are sending to me. I'll say something. So I said something about Melvin, right? And then what happened is a group of guys came into a WhatsApp group.
I know I had to get on Melvin ass because he came in my channel trying to talk about some. Not all of us are bad. Meanwhile, you the main one. Melvin.
Right? Band up together to get my account shut down. Okay? Thought that shit was funny. And then on top of that, Melvin decided that he was going to go and try and harass my wife. And you cross the fucking line, right? That now it's like, you know what? I was going to just, you know, be on my way and get back to what I was doing. But if you guys want to kind of act like that,
I'll just come after all of you now. And that's exactly what I'm doing. So that's the motivation. I'm not a Fed, bro. I got a criminal record. I'm not a Fed, right? I have, my motivation is simple. You fuck with me and you fuck with my family, then I'm going to come after you.
Didn't I tell y'all that they should have left that man, they should have left that man Instagram page alone, and they should have left his wife alone. Some people, you can't get some people started. Certain people, once you get them started, they not gonna stop. They don't get tired. They finna keep going. Them type of people, you want to leave the hell alone. What's up, Divine Good Allah? Romeo says, guys choose to deal with prostitutes knowing very well that these women have a high probability to try to scope you. I mean, yes, that's true, but I also don't delight in that happening to them, right? And I said it all the time. When you engage in any type of risky behavior, whether it be pay for play or you're going out and buying illegal substances, right? Anytime you engage yourself in underworld behavior, you put yourself at a higher risk of being unalived or something really bad happening to you. But I also don't relish in it, if that makes sense.
Simple. So I'm going to continue just to expose behavior. The women that are drugging guys will get called out. The guys that are doing goofy stuff. Look, I got to go on my TikTok tonight and see a woman that see me with my son call me a pedo. I'm sick of the bullshit, just like so many other guys are. And then I see in your thread where guys are talking about I'm targeting black guys. I'm not targeting black guys, but let's just call it what it is. Look at all the streams. Look at all the Facebook groups. Look at all the shit that's going on. They happen to be oftentimes led by black guys.
That's true.
Single white guys are.
There are very few white men in the space that are like promoting it on YouTube or having these sex parties. And I said that when I was like, when people, that was when who came on my channel, James. And I was like, when people think of the Passport Bros movement, they think of the black guys. And he was like, those aren't even the main. He was like, you type in men that travel, those aren't even the biggest YouTubers, or they're not even going to come up in the top 5. So I typed in men that traveled on YouTube, and guess who popped up? A whole bunch of black guys. Yes, people are associating Passport Bros behavior with black men. It doesn't matter what you want it to be. That's what it is. And we can't act like certain black men have not had a hand in that. It's just facts. And also what Robert brought up, Robert also talks about these men, these white men who are doing pedo activities in this country. That's why when they're like, oh, he only talks about black men, that is not true. He has plenty of content on white men. Why? Because he's tired of being associated or that stereotype being put on him. Same way a lot of the black men in the travel space don't want certain stuff put on them.
They're doing the pedo shit. When we get them, I expose them too. So I'm an equal opportunity guy, man. You know, if it's a girl that's drugging someone or if it's a guy doing stupid stuff at this point. So, but in terms of the Passport Bros, this started when, hey, a group of Passport Bros asked me to call guys out. I called a guy out, and then you tried to come after me. You try to go after my family. So now you get.
And guess what? Casey Redbeard can't get into Colombia now to save his life. So it's like a lot of y'all already, and I know you didn't say this, but like a lot of y'all like to think, oh, they're just attacking black men. But it's like y'all never bring up the cases where they're getting the white men too. I'm seeing it all the time, everywhere. And when they got Casey Redbeard up out of there, they blasted his face too, because he was popular. Same way they blasted Capo's face. So it seems like if you have any type of notoriety, they're gonna put your face on blast. Point blank, period. Point blank, period. Get the likes up, people. 76 watching, but only 37 likes. Come on, y'all. It's free to like it. The math ain't mathing. Likes are free. Help the channel out. Yes, thank you. I appreciate you, Archie. Also, guys, I'm doing a fundraiser to go to Sasua at the end of the month. The reason why I'm going to go to Sasua, I want to see what's happening on the scene, and I want to do some collaborations with some of y'all's favorite YouTubers. One of them being Mr. Flip Flop, and I want to go to his restaurant. So And I want to get a mic for when I do the IRLs and a new microphone for this. So it's equipment as well as the sewer trip. So right now, I need about $955 more. So we are getting closer to our goals. Please donate to either CashApp or my PayPal so that I don't have to like wait until the end of the month or after the first if you donate till the end of August to get the money. And just put Sasua on there. Just put Sasua. All right. Anything helps. Anything, I appreciate it.
Like that now, and that's where we're at.
Well, yeah, so, you know, like I said, I've been following you for a while. You never had smoke for Passport Bros up until I saw you were going back and forth with them. So let me ask you this question, because you seem like a pretty smart guy. You don't think any part of you is kind of being like weaponized against other people? Like, you know, prime example, maybe I don't like Men Tuition. Let me send you a bunch of their shit and tell you to, you know, just to get that excitement. You don't think there's no part of you that like people are like trying to manipulate the situation?
So he's bringing up the whole Men Tuition thing because Men Tuition and I got into it, and Robert put a piece out on Men Tuition and reported them to Migration Colombia for their sex parties. I want to be very, very clear. I was not, and I'm not saying Homies Hub said this, but this is the example that he brought up. So I don't know if he's referencing me. I never reported them to Robert. As a matter of fact, I was not even aware that Men Tuition was doing those parties or anything like that. I had no clue they were doing those parties. I've never visited their website, none of that. I don't even watch Men Tuition's channel. This was all stemming from an interview I did with them a couple years ago, but I don't watch Men Tuition's channel. So I want to be very clear that I never sent anything to Robert. I'm not sure exactly how he was made aware of the situation, but I personally did not tell Robert to investigate them or do any type of hit piece on them or anything like that. He did that, as far as I'm aware, on his own accord. So as far, I personally did not, you know, use him, you know, to weaponize against Men Tuition. Honestly and truly, my platform is bigger than Robert's. If I wanted to do that, my platform on Instagram is way bigger than Robert's, even though he's growing. That's not me saying he looked like Robert's getting his attention. He got juice. But if I wanted to do that, I would just do that. And I would get the views I need. It would go viral. If I wanted to, that's what I'm saying. People keep on trying to make it seem like I'm trying to single-handedly take down the passport movement or get them in. If I want to do that, if I start doing that, especially on Instagram, and it would only benefit me because everything I post on Instagram, it goes straight to Facebook. Guess what? When I make those type of videos, I make money on Facebook. Do you hear me? Moolah on Facebook. All it does is get me all kind of followers, but I don't even want to. I don't want to attract that type of attention to my page every other day. You understand? But like, if I wanted to do this, if I started doing the shit that Robert was doing, it would be up for a lot of y'all. I'm not even gonna hold you.
Situation like for entertainment?
Absolutely, they are 100%. Like I said, right? I don't even know. I even remember when the first time I heard about you, like you were like making a video, like maybe like I heard about your show from someone else telling me. Tonight I'm walking home, they're like, yo, why are you calling out Men Tuition, man? When there's this guy and you know, people are feeding me people all the time, right? So I'll just look into it. But at this point, you know, like, hey, A, I'm working with the mayor. B, like he has a plan. I'm trying to help him out. And like we're already deep enough into it now where we're just gonna keep going and finish what needs to be done. But yes, people are trying to use me, right, to play their game. That's what I told the guy tonight. Hey, you asking me what I'm doing? What the fuck are you doing? Are you calling anybody out? Or are you just in my DMs waiting for me to call out whoever you need called out?
But see, what's the actual benefit of calling people out when, like I said, you live here in Medellin and you know that there's heavy sex commerce here that's probably led more by the Colombians than foreigners? So why go after the passport bro YouTubers when there's really no there's no real change happening here on the ground?
Well, that's the thing. I mean, A, there is change happening on the ground. B, like the sex tourism isn't even the problem. And that's what guys don't seem to understand. That there is no issue with guys going and paying for sex. Shit, I don't even give a fuck about guys paying for sex. I've made it clear. I've done it in the past, bro. I'm not some guy that's fucking going out trying to blast guys for things that I've done. What the government does not want, what the locals do not want, is people glorifying it, exploiting people, bringing into the light what's supposed to be in the dark. You're a grown-ass man. Shut the fuck up about paying $100 for a hooker, bro, and act right. Like, that's what they're tired of, and it is going to get shut down. So, like, the sex trade will continue here. Who is allowed to partake in it? That is what's changing.
Right. Yeah. So that's kind of what I was just saying. Like, basically what I see is happening here is the locals can buy bread, but if you as a foreigner come here to buy bread, that's where the problem starts.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, look, they got something that was made for them. Some of them are priced out of some of these girls now. Then they got all these guys throwing these fucking parties, making money about it, like doing all, like, just like basically treating this like a playground. Like they're going to come in here and start running shit, treat some of the locals like shit. People are just tired of all of it, man. And it's very simple. Like anyone that just says, hey, put this in reverse, let's go to my neighborhood, and a bunch of fucking foreigners start showing up, doing all of this shit, how would I feel about it? And anybody that could be honest with themselves would be like, fuck that, I'm having no part of that.
That's fair.
Llamadas de ventas estafadores. Protégete y evita llamadas no deseadas. La búsqueda inversa de Being Verified es una herramienta poderosa a descubrir más sobre un número.
See, the reason I can't really come with smoke for you is because I understand, right? And especially because I'm here, I try to act like it wasn't that, but I do see how for every regular guy that comes down here and does his thing, you have a guy that's insanely obnoxious about it. But at the same time, what I can't seem to look past is that this is a season. Right? It's a season of let's be hard on the content creators, the people that's coming here to take advantage, the guys that are glorifying sex work. It's a season. Last year, I don't know how long you've been in Medellin. Last year, they were really heavy on the let's try to protect the children, right? You got foreigners coming here and abusing the children. This year, it's okay, you guys are coming here and you're taking advantage of the women. It's always a political motive, and there really is no real stopping it, right? Because what would be very easy is make sex work illegal for foreigners, and you solve the problem. That doesn't happen. Shut down Parque Iris.
But why? Hold on. Thank you so much, Archie. Yeah, I just made the banner right now. So guys, here is the banner for the Sasua fundraiser. Every time that I get a Cash App or a PayPal for the Sasua fundraiser, I'm going to update it. So this is for transparency. Now, I don't understand why it has to be either or. And I said this before. I don't understand this mindset a lot of the men have of, well, if y'all don't want us doing it, why don't y'all just make it illegal completely? Or why don't you just make it illegal for foreigners to do it? Why can't y'all just act like you got some sense? Because here's the reality of the matter. There is financial gain to be had from the foreigners coming. The country just wants y'all to shut the hell up about it. That's it. Why y'all grown-ass men cannot self-govern and just shut up about it? Just do it and be quiet and not put it on the internet or not try to make some type of business off of it. And it's nothing wrong with a country saying, because it's the thing, y'all try to make it seem like, oh, they hypocritical because they do it too. And it's like, first of all, it's their country. If they want to make a law where they can do certain things, but you can't, that they can do that. They have that right. They have their sovereignty. If they want to say, yeah, we come here, do that if you want to do that, but shut the hell up about it, or we're gonna stop you from coming and doing it. That is their right, and you cannot tell them what to do, nor can you make any moral argument against them. It's the reality of the matter.
you don't shut it down, but you harass people all day there. So it's like they keep slapping a Band-Aid on the bullet wound, but they're posting it like they're really making a move. And now this is what I'm going back into, that conversation of narco culture, where you're trying to pretend you're not a drug dealer, but you are one. Not saying that they are, but you're trying to pretend like there isn't an agenda here, but you're gonna paint it as something else.
Yes, that's why. Yes, Homeless Hub. That's why the underworld is the underworld. Underworld's supposed to stay in the underworld. Everybody knows that a lot of this shit keep the economy moving. Do you understand? A lot of this stuff keep the economy going. Let's even talk about in the United States. Y'all know why part of the economy dried up and why we're in this recession that we're in the United States? Because a lot of them dope boys went to jail. Do y'all understand? Once they went to jail, this is how I knew we were going to be in a recession in 2021. And let me tell y'all why. This time I was working the strip club. The strip club index is real. If you frequent strip clubs and you start realizing, I don't care how good the economy is, when you go to the strip club and you start realizing these girls ain't making no money in here like that, or these dudes ain't really in here spending no money, you best believe we are headed towards economic disaster. I knew in 2021, let me tell y'all why. In 2021, no. I'm telling the wrong year. It was 2022. Everybody knows during income tax season, that's when the girls, we make our most money. Because first thing dudes come is they come drop bread during income tax season in strip club. Y'all understand? And during the pandemic, baby, I call the y'all know what it's called. I call it the bandemic, because dudes was getting them PPP loans and they was coming to the club and they was just letting get ripped. The money was so easy at that time. All you had to do was just show up, and like it was easy. You ain't had to dance too much, nothing. They was ready to come throw all that PPP loan money and try to sell you a dream like they was rich. We weren't dumb. All the girls in the club, we knew this was PPP money, but cool, whatever, spend that. You know, by the time 2022 came around, it was income tax season. And y'all gotta understand, the income tax season before, during the pandemic, I made about a little over 20 bands. This income tax season came and I made regular money, meaning I made money like it was any other time of the year. And I knew then we were headed to economic disaster, and the other girls wanted to ignore it. And then that's when I started making my plans. And the following year, I transitioned out of the club. I knew then. And I knew then not every girl is built. If you're going to handle economic hardship as a dancer, you have to be willing to sell cat, because that's the only thing that's going to get you through. So I'm one of those girls that can only work in the club when the economy is good. So I knew I was going to have to exit. This is a perfect case of focus on the message and not the messenger. Yep.
Like a politician, it's like, bro, you can't. You feel like your hands are too dirty. So it's like, what's the real fix, man? If you know, because
I think the city is actually telling people what they want. Like there's sometimes you just can't come out and say the thing, because remember especially the mayor here. He
if y'all ain't figured out by now that they don't want to outlaw paper play, they just want y'all to shut the hell up about it. I don't know what else to tell you. It's very, very simple. They want you to shut the hell up about it. They don't want y'all. They don't want to see it out in the open. They want y'all to come and discreetly do it and go home. The problem is these men keep trying to tell them what they should want, or try to argue with them about what they want. So now here come these consequences. Sean Ford, you getting banned for getting on my nerves.
He serves the people of Colombia, the people of Medellin, right? He don't serve the tourists, right? They want the tourism. They want the money, right? They want all the other shit just to stop. It is really a simple thing, man. If guys just stop posting, if they stop doing all this stupid shit, right, they could come and experience all of this, and the city wouldn't give them a hard time. You'd have a great time. The city would be happy. You would be happy. Everyone would be good. Like, it really is that simple. Like, I know the thinking behind it, man. And like, they don't even want to get rid of content creators. He is going to use content creators to create a different narrative for the city. That is.
He didn't. Here's the thing. This is why I say. Now I'm glad that he's finally saying it out loud, Robert. They do want to use content creators. I've been knowing about this. Here's the thing. A lot of y'all passport bros that are pushing these type of narratives, y'all are not included or privy to those conversations that are happening behind the scenes. You're not a part of Medellin's future. They want you out of their country. So they don't hate content creators. So what Robert is saying, I know for a fact to be 100% true, because I've been privy to those conversations behind the scenes. So I can confirm what he's saying.
What's going on right now, right? So they don't even want the content to go away. They want the specific stuff that's going on that everybody knows about, like that is just, there's no place for it to be gone, and they're going to do whatever they have to stamp it out. It is going to go away, right? That it's going to happen, man. But they don't want everything else to go away. They want the city to be safer, because here's what they want. They want more investors here. They want more entrepreneurs here. They want more money to come into the city, right? And the only way that happens, if it has an image that it is safer than it is right now. That does not happen if what's going on right now continues. So they have to stop it, right? But they want both.
This AI tool is better than 11 Labs for one
And there's nothing wrong with that.
Now you can create long
length. That's called being smart. That's called being realistic. That's called not cutting your nose off to spite yourself. But what's the problem with a lot of these men is they want to force the city and the country to accept how they choose to do this their way. They're like, no, y'all got to do it our way. Even though we're foreigners, if y'all don't do it our way, y'all wrong, or y'all doing us wrong, or y'all being hypocrites. That's not how this goes.
The investors, entrepreneurs, the money, and they want the sex tourism too. If they said anything different, it wouldn't be true, right? But they want the stupid stuff to stop.
So you don't think sending people back for having condoms in their backpack kind of like, it's like you're kind of like shooting yourself in the foot?
No, it's not. Because guess what? Meanwhile, it's men that heard that they was gonna get it admitted because they had condoms and they not bringing them. So no, it's not shooting yourself in the foot. It's getting rid of people that, first of all, you heard that you can't bring condoms and you brought them anyway. Your ass needs to get sent back home because you don't follow rules or instructions, or you just dumb. If you ain't heard by now about the condom thing, something is really wrong. How is that shooting themselves in the foot? When it's men that knew not to, it's men listening to this advice that people are giving. And it's men that are saying, okay, well, I want to go here. I don't want to get admitted. So I already can tell immigration where I'll be staying. I can give them an itinerary. And they're not going to be able to find any evidence against me in my bag because I'm not bringing it. It's plenty of men that are listening to sound advice and applying it. And who are we to tell them who they should admit to the country? Y'all got to understand, I think so far this year, they've admitted, I want to say 180. There are hundreds and thousands of tourists coming. As a matter of fact, they're coming by the millions. So what? That's just a drop in the bucket compared to who they're actually letting in.
Yeah, I mean, it's gotten pretty extreme, right? I mean, where they have gotten. I mean, because
they can afford to take the loss. Like they can at this point. Medellin has so many other things driving people into the city, or even Colombia in general has so many other things driving people to the city. They can afford to admit a lot of the sex tours if they wanted to. Y'all have to understand, people started coming to Colombia and they found out how cheap dental work is. They found out how cheap it is to get a BBL. They found out how cheap it is to get Botox. They found out how cheap it is to get a lip injection. And guess what? All of that is going to bring way more money into the city, recovery houses, things like that, than you paying $50 for box ever could, or $100 for box. That money goes way further. That money spent good. Y'all gotta understand, Medellin brought in Bad Bunny. Y'all know how much money they made from that Bad Bunny concert? Baby, they cleaned up the Feria de las Flores. Medellin is outgrowing that. Is what they like, and they're actively trying to outgrow that.
At the end of the day, having a condom in your fucking wallet or whatever is just normal, like guy, being prepared when he travels type of shit. You know what I mean?
But they're not admitting over condoms in the wallet. I've seen the video and the evidence. They're admitting over big boxes of condoms. But it's not just that. It's that on top of they already suspect you for coming for sex tourism. And that is just evidence.
I get that, but like that's just where they're at with it. So when I say, hey, they're sending the message, they're telling you what they want, right? And what they're doing, like people just have to take it for what it is, right? Like, hey, if I come in, I show up in a group and I do this and I have condoms and I do this, they're gonna get rid of it. Just don't do it, right? And then when you get in, don't go posting all the shit, and definitely don't be filming women that don't know that you're filming them.
It's that simple, really.
So
I don't feel bad for none of them.
It's very simple. Get to the elephant in the room. I haven't seen it, so I don't know. Maybe you are giving people their like fair shake. It looks like you've only been targeting Black passport bros.
This is where why aren't y'all going through his page and looking through his body of work? And let's be very clear, the Black passport bros been the one coming for him. But Robert specifically with white men, he been talking about the white PDF files. And that makes it even worse. And and he covered Casey Redbeard's It Admitted. So it's kind of like, I don't even understand this question, but I digress.
Yeah, well, that's what people are trying to say. But here's the deal. I'll be completely transparent with you. The white guys that are the pedos, which is where you find all the pedos, if I could spend all day snuffing them out, that's what I would do. Right? Because they're the most dirtiest pieces of shit that there is. But they hide in the shadows, man. They're not in groups. They're not in fucking WhatsApp groups, Facebook groups. They're not doing all of this stuff. They're not exposing themselves and putting them out there. They're much harder to find and get a hold of. And usually we're having to report on that after it happens, where I can go to
Didn't I keep telling y'all that? And this is why I say Black passport bros cannot keep claiming racism when you are self-snitching. You cannot keep saying, oh, we get more attention for what we do in the white men. Well, the white men are not putting it all on blast. Casey is the player from the Himalayas. Yes, he is one of the very few white men that be out putting it on blast. And guess what? His ass can't get back into Colombia now if he wanted to. He had to take that walk of shame too. Notice how he deflected everything he said and went straight for the race car instead of addressing the degenerate behavior. Well, no, because he can't, How? Because he puts a lot of this stuff or talks about a lot of this stuff on camera too. It puts the, you know, the girls in his thumbnails and all that kind of stuff. So it's like, what is he gonna say? What can he say? He not like, he knows what Robert is saying makes sense, but what can he say?
You know, militia, whatever the fuck their name is, and they have a party they're promoting in advance, and we could get it in advance, right? It's just the nature of what's going on. There's not any, look, a fucking black guy who got me to your show tonight, man. Like, I don't target any specific race, but if people are gonna bring up the elephant in the room, then we need to address it on both sides. If we look at most of the YouTube streamers, when it comes to Colombia and Latin America, right, there's not as many white guys, especially that are hosting parties, have all these groups and shit like that. If you look at Passport Bros Latin America, who is the admin? If you look like Passport Bro Cartel, whatever the fuck Ron's group is, if you just start to put everything together, man, like, you just have to call a spade. Like, I'm going after behavior. It just, there's much more of it here that I can get a hold of than with the white guys that are doing the creepy stuff, man. That's just how it is.
It's very simple.
So some people would definitely argue that the biggest passport bros that...
Imagine being able to build anything just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
Usually, you know, talk about women and have groups and things like that are actually white content creators, right? You got the Timmy Carters, you got the, like, you know, like Roberto versus the World guys who have Telegram groups as well. Extremely visible, hundreds of millions of views.
I don't know any of those guys. I'm not saying people don't know them. I don't know any of those guys. They don't pop up in my algorithm on TikTok. They don't pop up in my algorithm on Instagram. I'm going to show y'all something real quick. I just want to make a point. I'm going to go back to the video. I'm going to show y'all what comes up when I type in men who travel on YouTube. Just men who travel. Forget Passport Bros. Men who travel. Share this tab instead. Okay. So I hope y'all can see. I typed in men who travel. Here's a couple ads. Captain Mark Zolo. Top 5 solo destinations for men. Okay, so this is the white guy, geomaxing. Now, I come here to the shorts. Why black men shouldn't travel. Okay, so here's a black guy. Here's another black guy. So out of the 5 shorts that I see, there are 2 black guys on the thing. Then we get down here, Andre and Andrea, love crossing borders. Then Austin Holloman comes up. And then in these shorts, I see a whole bunch of black men too. So there are 2, it looks like Hispanic guys, and then there are 3 black men. This somebody from France. Travel and Motivate, and the Homies Hub comes up. So it's like most of what's coming up, if I just put in men who travel, that's very like race neutral. Okay. If I just put in men who travel, the majority is content with black men. Now, let me just put in Passport Bros. That's it. That's all I'm going to put. No black, no white, Passport Bros. Let's see who comes up. Okay. The Solo Traveler. Here is a man, the Passport Bros pandemic. It looks like it's an Asian man who just might be talking about the phenomenon in general. Nana Kwaku comes up. Priscilla Boy, an African-American woman, comes up. No, she's African. I'm sorry. Passport Bros roasted. Here's a whole bunch of women. The Solo Traveler again. Man Guy. 20 minutes of what is his race?
Ladies, today I want to talk about
This looks like somebody just compiling a whole bunch of TikToks of women talking shit about the Passport Bros. Travel Time with Paul comes up. Here we get Austin again. Tracy Morgan talking about the passport bros. Black woman follow passport. I don't know. This is a black guy talking about black women following passport bros. Here's more bad. Actually, I'm seeing a lot of bad things coming up. Passport bros are pathetic and delusional. And you got Casey Redbeard and Floyd. Black passport bros in big trouble. MTR. I'm just saying, white men are not, like, clearly you can see white men are not the face of this. This is not, white men are not really popping up in people's algorithm like that. When it comes to the passport bros movement as a whole. So it's like, y'all keep wanting to be like, well, what about all the white men and the white men this and the white men that? They just simply don't have as much visibility or as much association. And there's nothing y'all can do about it.
Mentuition hardly has over 1,000 subscribers.
At one point, they had a lot of subscribers. Mentuition only has doesn't have that many subscribers because their channel got deleted. But men in this space know exactly who Mentuition is.
And even though I don't think you're racist, like I know who got you on the show. He was trying to get you on the show prior, right? Like you're tapped in with the black guys, but
it's black guys that, hey, listen, black guys are the ones that are turning in black guys. You guys have to understand that.
Oh, bro, trust me, I know that. I mean, because the fucking Kobe dude in here is black, and he done tagged migration to like 30 posts of mine. So I'm like,
let me try to.
I know they're black guys, but you got to see. When it's the white dude at the forefront, like you can't think you're not gonna get that smoke, bro. It's like, come on.
I know it's coming. I get it. I understand it completely. It's not real, but I get why it's happening 100%. Bro, I own a marketing agency. I study people for a living. I get it. And especially right now. And look, when we talk about remote Roberto, listen, if you go before all this started happening, I didn't make content, right? I seen them goofy ass motherfuckers, remote Roberto, doing his little scope video. He was the first dude I used to call out all the time. He's the biggest fucking dork out of all of them, right? Like, man, like I've called him out by name before any of the passport bros started happening. And Capo will tell you, I'll be calling out remote Roberto's goofy ass from the very beginning. He's the biggest dork out of all of them, right? So 100%, but I've never gotten anything on his WhatsApp group, right? I get when I get access to.
Okay, let me see if I could share this. I opened an incognito tab, right? So I was told to do this because it would reset my algorithm. And honestly, this is way worse because guess what? I'm not signed in. I'm incognito. And some of this is, hold on. Let's see what they talk about.
Festival Presidente 2026. Música dura, gente dura.
Hi guys, it's Selena from Star Glamping Tent. Our glamping don't tent.
It's getting to the point where the past stuff about foreign women saying that they're poor and so forth, but these women are the ones in the West.
So the solo traveler is the first person that came up. This is a black guy. The solo traveler is a black guy. He was the first person that popped up in my algorithm. Passport bro showing receipt, still the solo traveler, second one. So even in my top 2 videos, there is not a white guy. Now, here in the shorts, I see a white guy.
A day in the life of a passport bro in the Philippines. First, we knock out some work at a remote jobs. We make US dollars over.
The digital bro man. Okay, so we got the digital bro mad. Now it looks like it's changed. I went back. Now Casey's up front.
Dating in Brazil.
Let me go back.
Are you lonely? Do you wish you had someone who will love they're moving to? So, what exactly is a passport bro? The common definition of a passport bro is someone who goes to other countries in order
This dude is just talking about passport bros. He's Asian. The rise of the passport bros.
You can't live with them, you can't live without one, and that's why Reddit says you might as well move overseas and find one that's less argumentative.
This is a woman who's about to criticize the passport bros. So it's like, it's not really good passport bros, the incel cheat code.
Welcome back to the Papa Me channel.
Even when I reset my algorithm, I wouldn't necessarily say, again, my first 2 videos that came up were a Black content creator, and then the rest of it just seems to be bad press for the passport bros, to be honest. And that's what I'm saying. People are not, this is what people are seeing. I'm just being honest. You nailed it. It's the visibility. Folks just can't stop chattering. Exactly. One moment.
The things that I could use, then I will. All I got with Remote Roberto is his dumbass videos where he pretends like he got scoped every day. And this dude's just half broke, fucking needing people to hire him for tours and stuff like that. Past that, I don't got much else that I can use, right, to really come after him. But yeah, he's one of the biggest dumbasses out here.
So let me say this to the guys in the chat. I'm gonna say this, and I 1000% believe it. There are other Black people reporting shit. I'm sorry, Rob, right? It's Rob. Right now, bro, you are FBI 007 Rob, bro. I gotta let you know this right now. There's other Black people reporting shit to him. So I don't think he's digging all this shit up himself. I think so I just want y'all to understand.
Didn't I tell y'all that?
What is going on here, right?
If I started showing you my DMs, not only are guys reporting it, like I told you, I was just walking home from the gym right before I got
That's what comes with being here's the thing, these men are reporting it because the men in these WhatsApp groups are fucking toxic. They betray each other, they backbite each other. It is not a real brotherhood. It's not a community built on trust, built on loyalty, built on men that actually care about each other. It is a community built on lust, competition, one-upping each other, and trying to prove something to each other. And nothing good comes from that. So these are men who have been burnt in the process of trying to be a part of some brotherhood, and they are now outing each other. And y'all can't really blame Robert for that.
I got guys in the DMs yelling at me because of the order I'm reporting people in and shit. Like, guys are just coming with it, man. Like fucking the one that I got today with I didn't even never heard of them guys until today, bro. And then I just go digging up shit and it's like, here we go. Let's go. Right. So especially, when they started coming at Mariah, me and Mariah are friends. I'm like, you know what? These guys they're flexing on you. They're flexing on her. Well, it was their turn today. Right?
I know that's
right.
I
don't even hear
Robert, my guy. That's why Robert, my dude. Do you hear me? And to be clear, I never told Robert to go do that hit piece on Intuition. He just seen and he was like, I'm on go. Do you hear? That's the type of friend y'all wish y'all had, but don't have in this space. Cause y'all ain't got a lot of y'all ain't got no real friends. Okay? I ain't asked him to do that. He just saw a need and fulfilled it. After Capo, everybody fell. Casey was just the victim. We all know it. Yeah.
About I don't watch Passport Bro content, guys. I don't. I don't. Even though the stuff that I make after I go on, I carry on with my day. I don't go digging for this shit. It's all coming to me. And a lot of it is coming from Black guys. Most of the guys that are rolling with me are Black guys. 100%.
No,
I know, bro.
For all of that, this Robert's main friends that you will see him talking to, getting on content with, were the Black dudes. That's why Chill Capo let him know, because him and Chill Capo is cool. And Robert rolled out for Chill Capo when he got deported. So all of this, people trying to make it about race with him, it's never been that.
I know. So I can't call it a race thing. I just want to know more so like what do you get out of it? Like what is your incentive to do this?
So right now, I mean, not a lot, but I mean, in the long run, look, I'm married to a Colombian. I have a son and my wife is pregnant. Like this country is home for me, right? I don't want
Thank you for saying that. And that's the problem that the Colombians that live there have. It is their home. It's their home. But let's say Robert didn't live there. Let's say he did live there and he's just a white man traveling. What he gets out of it is that these countries, all of them bad apples, the people that don't want to do right, they stop coming. And that helps with his reputation as a male traveler.
kids home to be known for fucking Coke, Pablo, coffee, fucking hookers, and Tootsie, bro, and fucking, you know, gringo parties. I want something different. And I don't think that there's anything wrong for wanting that, man. You know what I mean? Like, and right now, as powerful as social media is, and as kids grow up, I don't want them to go on like, hey, like, you know, our country is just made a mockery of every fucking day. Like, the only thing we're good for is fucking $100 an hour whores, man. Like, I don't want that for my kids.
All right, so let's take a miniature detour from the passport bro stuff, right? How long have you been in Medellin?
2 years. So 2 years in July.
So far, since you've been here, like how do you feel about the city? What's like your temperaments currently about the city?
I love Medellin, bro. I love the city, right? It's been very good to me. Look, how can I say anything bad? I got a wife, I got a son, I got a kid on the way, I got a couple fucking dogs, a nice house. Like, I'd be stupid if I said that there was anything really wrong with it at all, right? It's been good. It's been good to me.
How do you feel about the Paisa mindset?
You know what it is too? A lot of these men are coming and saying that these women are unmarriageable, or it's hard to find a relationship, or they're like, oh, these women are so much better than American women and they've been abroad for years, or they might have been coming to Colombia for years. And this man has been in Colombia for 2 years and he's already got a wife and a family. And to me, this just proves that if you want to, you will. If like that's your goal as a man to come to Colombia and find somebody to settle down with, and you're actually got like quality partner, you can find that. Absolutely. And his wife is not a prostitute or anything like that. His wife is like she comes from a very good background.
Video's done, and the shot I generated with Envato to fill a gap.
Because I talk about that a lot on stream.
Yeah, I mean, the Paisa are unique people, man. Like, one thing that I have had to try to do recently, especially being married, it helps because I could talk to family. I could have like deeper conversations and actually like ask like hard questions. You know, like they've had to overcome a lot, man. Right? A lot of them like have had very tough lives. They're wired different than us. Still, a lot of them are really good people. You know what I mean? But you know, it's a very unique city, bro. In terms of, you know, you could run into one Paisa on the street that will give you the shirt off their back, right? And the next one you run into is about to rob you at gunpoint, bro. Like, it's, you know, and it's just like, you know, in the United States. But what I find with the Paisa people, they're very resilient, right? I think that, you know, in terms of like some of the issues that are going on with like the foreigners, right? Like, you know, like they do contribute to some of it, you know what I mean? And like, as much as I'll call for like, hey, like we got to do better. Like there's some things on their side that they got to do better. Like, yeah, you know what, you know what, they do very sexual things in nature. I was walking to the gym yesterday and this Colombian guy was walking up towards me. There was 2 girls in front of me and he just grabbed one of them, bro. Like he just jumped. Like they do some wild shit here too. But then, you know, they don't want to talk and engage in any kind of healthy conversation with the tourists. So like that would be like the biggest, like, if I say anything in terms of Paisa, like where they are difficult at times is they don't really look to engage to try to create a healthy relationship on both sides.
What's really hard in Medellin, y'all, is they're not used to the level of tourism that they're getting. So they, and not just that, they have this perception that all Americans are rich. Over 60% of the people in Colombia have never traveled. So they think that gentrification is only affecting them. They think all Americans are rich. They think no American can possibly relate to what they're going to because they just can't fathom that we've experienced gentrification. They think everybody that moves to the United States comes from a poor country. A lot of them don't believe that people from wealthy, there are people that come from more expensive nations than ours who are able to leverage their currency in the United States and buy up property and buy up farmland. A lot of them don't even consider that the primary buyers of luxury real estate in a place like Miami are Colombian. So the problem with Pisces is that they think everything is happening to them and only them, and it's 100% our fault. And they have a very difficult time relating to us. That's why when I had that debate, so to speak, wouldn't really even consider that a debate with Valentina, when I was trying to explain basic economics and consequences of immigration, whether it be legal or illegal in the United States, and gentrification in the United States, she just couldn't make any connections or draw any parallels because, again, she has this mentality that is only happening to them, which in turn fuels and drives resentment and hate.
It's pretty much just like, this who.
And Valentina, I mean, she speaks English. She's one of the, she comes from an upper class background. So yeah, that was a tough conversation.
We are, this is how we do shit, either fall in line or get the fuck out of here, which, I don't really like. I don't.
You don't think any part of that is just xenophobia?
Man,
I hate the term xenophobia because to me, xenophobia is a way to downplay real issues. So xenophobia is a fear of change, but it's not just a fear of change. And the type of change that's happening in Colombia and in a lot of places when we talk about xenophobia has real economic consequences for people and real cultural consequences to people. The people aren't scared of positive change, right? People are afraid of how they will negatively be impacted by change. And to a huge degree, those fears are not unfounded in real negative consequences. It just is what it is. Mariah, do you have any real female friends in Medellin? I do. Mm-hmm. That's when I started watching you. When you roasted your ass. Well, thank you for staying tuned. Now you seen what my man looked like. What's up, babe? Yes, 39 likes, 70 people in here. Get the likes up. Yes, people, look, this is what I say. People can talk about me, but they love to be in the bushes hiding. That's okay. Look, y'all love it here. Y'all love it here. Just admit it. Some people don't want to keep it real with themselves.
And it's hard. Like, I think here's the other thing, man, especially right now, you have to look at it like full circle with everything that's going on in the United States right now with immigration, right? Like us here, we become the targets. A lot of these guys here, have had family that's been deported. They're dealing with stuff here. They get, they see the news, they get frustrated. And then one of us walks by. We're just that target for the day. I think that there's really complex issues that people don't talk about. And that's what I've brought up before, too. That's why I even try to start my podcast. Get both sides talking to each other, because if you start to communicate, we'll probably get to a much better place instead of just going back and forth with each other.
I'm going to give you my personal.
But the conversation has to start with respect first. So how we can start with respect? Well, when the Colombians are saying they don't want certain type of activity being put on blast and their country painted in a particular way, you gotta respect them. It's no way they're gonna be willing to sit down and talk to us. And it's every time they get on the internet, you got Americans showing a whole lot of fuckery. Not happening. It has to start with respect, first and foremost. And then people will be willing to sit down and talk to you. You got some people that they never change in their minds. Cool. You can't do nothing for those people. But for some people, all it's going to take is basic respect. What's up, Jamal? Okay, guys, y'all get the lights up. So for those of y'all who don't know, I want to go to Sosua at the end of August. No, not August, July. So I want to go to Sosua. I need a new mic to do this. And I want a mic for when I go do my RLs in Sosua. So I have my fundraiser going up. This fundraiser is going to pay for the equipment. I'm also going to do some collaborations with some of y'all favorite YouTubers. And of course, I need to pay for my accommodations while I'm in Sosua, all that good stuff, you know? So anyway, fundraiser, right now we're at $9.55. Please send it to my Cash App or my PayPal. And the reason why it's important that you send it there is because YouTube only pays out once a month. So if you send it in a super chat, then I'm probably, especially if you send it after the 1st, I'm not going to get it to the end of August. So you can send it to my Cash App or my PayPal and put Sosua in there. Mariah, I can change your life. I'm just saying. Okay. Okay.
Personal opinion on this.
Articulation issues turn smart people into silent underachievers.
I don't think they're going to change. I think this is something deeply rooted in them. This is like hundreds of years old. Yeah, they're very, if you don't do shit our way, get the fuck out. They don't even try to, a lot of them don't even try to learn English. It's really only the people that really want to have that mentality.
I mean, why would they have to try to learn English? It's in their country. They're in Colombia. Why they got to try to learn English? What do they need English for in Colombia? I can get it if they, like the ones who want to learn it so they can get a better speaking job, they go learn it. I know a lot of Colombians that know some level of basic English, but they normally do something where they work with Americans. But if they don't need it, that's the same thing. A lot of Americans, unless they already come from a middle class, like they already come from a Hispanic background, don't learn Spanish. And like they just don't. Hell, even a lot of Americans that go to Colombia will not learn Spanish. They live in Colombia and don't know Spanish. And they've been living in Colombia for a few years and they don't know Spanish at all. They know hi, bye, where the bathroom. And they hang out with none but Americans. So that's not something that's uniquely Colombian.
Because it's not all of them. I know people want to think it's all types of people. I've met some extremely, very trustworthy. I could leave my phone, wallet, and keys with them. I know they would give it right back with every dollar in it. You know what I mean? But then I've also met some people where they kind of have the mindset where it's like, F you, you're a gringo, right? And my thing is, I know you're working with the mayor, and for me, like I said on stream, I think a lot of your motivation is that you have family here. So you're looking at things like the sentiments towards the foreigners. I don't want that to be the sentiments towards me and my family. And this is a problem. You obviously are past that point of passport bro, travel bro. You're more so on the side like, and I tell people this, when you settle in Medellin, you'll start understanding how they view foreigners. And they don't view foreigners very well. Just like you said, like they really have no interest in really getting to really know a foreigner. And the women that are usually just looking for money. But do you think they're ever gonna?
Let's keep it a buck. And I'm gonna say this directly at Homies Hub. Like, even if these women were genuinely interested in getting to know somebody like you, Homies Hub, or the people that watch you, let's say they were genuine. Would y'all even treat them women right, or would you just leave them as fodder for your exploitation in the group chats? It's like even a lot of these women, it's like they would get played trying to deal with y'all genuinely. They would get played and embarrassed. So it's like you can't really fault them. Like people, one thing I've seen about Pisces is that they are highly adaptable considering all the stuff that they had to go through. And these people have had to they have the mentality of you either gonna eat or be eaten. a lot of them, right? Just because of some the things that they went through before in the past in their country. So it's like they're highly adaptable. I think before, like a lot of the passport bros talk about, hey, when we first came here, the women were more open to us. And now they had this mentality of like, bro, I'm finna dog them before they dog me, or I'm finna get everything I can get. And I'll be very fair. A lot of these women don't just have that mentality with foreign men. They have that mentality after just years of dealing with their men who tend to be very unfaithful, right? And so they're like, bro, I'm gonna get you before you get me, or I'm gonna cheat. I'm gonna cheat just in case you cheat. This is the mentality of a lot of women, especially the women in Medellin, of course, not all. So it's like the men have put them, especially the men who do the sexual exploitation, or even just, I've seen some of these men like Casey Redbeard. It's like they will walk up to girls that's not working girls and then put them on a live stream and just use them for embarrassment and fodder. So it's like even a lot of the good girls are like, if they're gonna embarrass me anyway, I might as well get paid. They don't respect me anyway, I might as well get paid. And you can't fault those women for adapting. Because one thing they gonna do in Medellin, they finna adapt. If they see you on fuck shit, they finna be on more fucker shit. Okay? That's just how that goes.
They'll see you differently, right? Like, do you think they're ever going to be able to accept you as one of them, or are you always just going to be an outsider?
So I don't know if I'll ever be one of them, because there's a lot of pride in like the Paisa culture, right? So and I just like, I'm a fucking pale ass white boy with blonde hair, like I'm not gonna be him, right? So
I'll say this, even if let's say they never accept him as one of them, that don't mean they're gonna treat you bad. And furthermore, and yeah, you don't see, here's the thing, you don't really see too many people that look like Robert. So like the aesthetics play the part, but that does not mean that he should be like, well, they're never going to accept me, so F that culture. No, you want to be there, you want to live there, you got a wife, you got a kids, whatever. You still got to respect it, period. I don't think it's important whether or not they accept him as being racially Paisa, because he's not racially Paisa. That's okay. Can you respect me though? Can we come to a place of mutual respect? And to me, that is something I think those of us that move around and live abroad, we have this mentality of like, it's either people got to see us as exactly them or they don't like us. And it's not true. Same thing goes with the mentality in the this is a mentality that I see prevalent in the United States. So it's like, if you're a Black person trying to do right and socially integrate into American society and not display toxic behaviors and antisocial behaviors, the first thing other Black people will tell you is, well, white American, first of all, you have to be, if you're trying to do right and do everything by the book, then you're trying to be a white American, which is crazy to me, right? When you just trying to live right. But then the conversation goes to, well, you know, they'll never accept you. And it's like, who wants to be like I know who I am. I have no problem being an African-American person. They don't have to see me as a white person, nor do I see me as a white person. But what is the problem with me showing basic respect for my society and showing social behaviors and not being antisocial and not behaving like a degenerate? It's either they accept me as them or I'm completely behaving off the rails. Why can't we live together mutually with basic respect for each other?
But with the things that we're working on, absolutely, I think that I'll be well received in the city, because we're working on things that are going to create more opportunities for Paisas to really be assets in the community here. So it's going to take time. Remember, 2.5 months ago, I wasn't even making content. I was just living my life in my own lane, right? So, but right now with the course, the coaching program I'm about to release and allow Colombian citizens to come in and do for free, the charity that we're rolling out, I believe that, yes, I will earn the goodwill that I will find favor in this community. But no, I will never be a Paisa. Like I don't confuse myself.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Here's something else too, like, something you touched on, right? I made a video a while back, you know, where I told them like, hey, if you want to push back against the gentrification that's going on in your city, learn English, develop skills around marketing and sales, you open yourself up to the global economy, right? And they wanted to chop me down for that. Like, no, motherfucker, you learn Spanish. I'm like, dude, it has nothing to do with talking to me.
And he didn't say nothing wrong, because guess what? Guess what? In the United States, if you want to win in this economy, guess what you got to be? Bilingual. Bilingual people in the United States get the most preferential hiring. Why? Because a lot of people from Latin America are coming, and they're having big families, and they're spending their money. So guess what? You're only going to give yourself a leg up and access to opportunities if you are bilingual. And because of that, a lot of Hispanic people get preferential hiring in the United States. That just is what it is. So the same rules that apply in the United States in regard to that is going to apply. If you have the Americans who are coming and they're spending more money than the Colombians, and they're investing, they have money to invest, it's in your best interest to learn English. Why? Because a lot of them are not earning in pesos. They want to target their market to Americans. And if you cannot interact with Americans and help them have access to the US dollar, then they're not going to hire you. That's not their clientele base. So Robert is absolutely right.
Me, I'm trying to help y'all make more bread, right? Not anything. So they're very defensive, right? They like to fight, but that's what they've been doing forever. Look, they got the longest civil war that's going on in the history of a country ever, still right now.
Okay.
Like, they just always been fighting, and then outsiders come in, right? Start acting a certain way. So like, they just look at us as an enemy. It's going to take a while. I think relations can improve, but no, you, me, none of us will ever be Paisa. Right? Like, they don't even let other Colombians that aren't from here be Paisa. So sure as hell, we ain't going to be one. Right? But I do believe that relationships can be better, but we have to be viewed as assets and valuable to them outside of just coming here, partying and paying for chicks, bro.
Man, I just think that's just Medellin culture, bro. I don't think that's ever going to stop.
Whoa. What's that? I just built a budgeting app in Base 44. Guys, Nina just built an app.
Impossible. Nina can't code. Interesting. Can it generate reports?
It can now.
Nice.
So you're saying we can all build apps now?
Yeah.
I'm on lunch. I gotta make a call.
I'll be in my
office. Just built an inventory tracker. Protein calculator. Book sharing app.
A workflow manager that
Tracks who still owes for the group lunch.
Trash duty.
I'm back, y'all. I'm sorry, I had to use the restroom.
No one seems to.
You know what I mean? Like, I've been to different places in here inside of Colombia, and I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think I've ever met people as shallow as I meet here in Medellin. I don't think I ever have.
Well, it's a very transactional city. It is very transactional city, right? 100%. But it's also like, hey, we a lot of tourists come here to treat it as a transactional city as well. So you just got both sides doing it. So you know, there is that part, but the farther you kind of get away from some of the other stuff, man, like it does balance out some. Like, I feel like I have a good life with a good family that is so far removed from this other stuff here, right? They don't even see any of this content. They're not involved in any of this at all, right? Just living their lives, and it's different, man. So.
Okay, this is like a nice comment. You're spot on with your perspectives. I enjoy your content, especially when you carry yourself like a lady. Keep up the great work and refrain from vulgarity. The vulgarity is not appealing. I mean, I understand it's a compliment, and I appreciate you for watching, but y'all got to start seeing women as whole beings and whole people. And that other side of me is just as much as a part of me as this side of me. My goal is not to carry myself like a lady. My goal is to be my authentic self. And I'm not above cussing somebody out. But today's topic and what I'm touching on does not require that.
But you know, this city is unique, and it will continue to be probably transactional the way that it is. But I do believe that things can improve, right? So, and I think that it's worth trying to improve them, you know. But how far we get, I don't know, man. But what's going on right now, it can't continue to go on that way. And look, here's the thing, man. You brought it up. The guys that are bringing stuff to me are guys that are living here, right? When we talk about black guys, right? I have guys out here that are friends that are black guys that have girlfriends, right? They take them out to dinner, and immediately everyone looks at them like, oh, here's a passport bro with an escort, right? They're tired of that shit, man. Like, they want these attitudes around them to change. So we you know, it's worth us trying to work on that stuff, because the guys that come here a weekend at a time, they don't deal with the shit that we're dealing with for those of us that live here, man.
So let's get back to men's tuition, right? Was there any personal agenda or motivation behind you doing that video?
Well, he just told you he saw them talking shit about me, so he pulled up. That, I mean, he just told you. He told you when he brought them up. Oh, they was talking about Mariah. That's my friend. So I went and looked. it was, yeah. So yeah, absolutely.
Or did you just do it because someone sent it to your DMs?
No, it's not. Well, in terms of what's personal at this point, yeah, I'm trying to shut everything down, bro. Like I said in the content, 100%. If I get access to it, they're trying to throw a sex party. We're gonna shut it down. That mission is real at this point.
I wonder if he's asking because he's trying to figure out if I'm the one that sent them the information on Mentuition, which I did not. I never sent Robert any information on Mentuition. And let me be very, very clear. I haven't sent Robert any information on any other men in the travel space. He is very adept at figuring these things out, or other people are sending him things. And again, Robert is a very hard worker. His platform is growing. His numbers are growing. But I have a bigger platform on Instagram than Robert. I have more eyes on me right now than Robert. I have almost 50,000 subscribers on Robert, and every time I want to, if I want to go viral, for sure, I go viral for talking about other things. But I don't be knowing. It'd be like a hit or a miss. So I go viral for talking about other things, but I know if I want to have a for sure viral moment, all I have to do is put on Instagram. Instagram is messy and like drama. All I got to do is put my foot on the Passport Bros neck, and they're going to push that content. Like, it's for sure. It's not even a question. It's for sure doing numbers. So it's like, if I wanted to do that to Mentuition, I would just do it myself. But I've told y'all before, like, my goal is not to like personally like get these guys like channels or whatever the case. I don't care. I just be responding to people talking shit about me. That's it. I just be defending myself, but honestly, I don't be caring what they do.
I told you when Melvin and Ron and them.
But let me be very clear though. Let me be very clear. If I get pushed to do that, I will. I don't want nobody to think, I'm not coming on the record saying that's something I'll never do. If I want to, I will. If I get pushed to it, the thing is, with Robert, y'all really went too far. All y'all done is talk shit about Robert. I mean, all y'all done is talk shit about me. But with Robert, y'all came for his Instagram page and y'all came for his wife. Rest assured that if it ever got that bad, when I get started, I'm not going to stop. When I get started, I'm not going to stop. And then you have to remember, I have more visibility and more marketability because I'm a woman. So that shit gonna blow up. So I suggest y'all stop with the fuckery. Like, don't take it too far. I don't care about y'all talking shit. Just keep it to a minimum. Is all I'm saying. Mariah's half white, but she wouldn't go this far. If I got pushed, I would. You understand? Like, Robert has legitimate reasons. Like, if I got pushed, understand, I'm a Gemini too. When I get started on that, I don't get tired. Absolutely, I'm not gonna get. I don't get tired.
Decided to come at me, and then that's what my family, when I said now you got what you want, I mean that, right? So I'm going to work to shut it all down here. That's what we're doing.
This is what I honestly think, bro. And I'm like talking to you as I can't even say a friend, but somebody who actually really respected when you first came into the space and you were speaking on things. I just thought that you were a ballsy ass. Well,
this is the problem. People only respect you as long as you're not speaking the truth to them. People only respect you as long as you are painting them as the victim, but you never are looking at the things that they're doing. So it was fine as long as he was talking about all the scoping and painting the passport bros as the victim. But like as soon as Robert started talking about how much harm that these particular men are doing to Colombia and the things that the Colombians are speaking out, now he enemy number one. And now the respect is gone.
Which I still think that you're a ballsy ass white guy. I think you're gonna go to war with the wrong side.
Viajas al exterior, adquiere tu asistencia de viaje internacional con hasta el 50% de descuento.
No, he's not. With the Homies Hub, again, he's speaking on this on a perspective of like not understanding the disadvantage that you are at because you are a foreigner. He can't go to war with the wrong side if he go in a war against the foreigners, specifically the sexpats. Again, Medellin, the people at the highest levels are having conversations about the future of their city and where they want to take it. You are nowhere included in that conversation, the Homies Hub, except for they want people like you out of their country. So how is he picking the wrong side when he's literally telling you he's picking the future of this? And it's like it's failing to register to a lot of these dudes that their time is coming to an end. At least in that regard.
I think the Paisas are never going to accept you, and it has nothing to do.
It don't matter if they do. He lived there. He's built a life there. He's not seeking their approval in that way. Even if they never, like, here's the thing, he's not a Paisa. He don't gotta be. It's about if I'm gonna live in a country, there needs to be some basic respect. That's the right thing to do. You can't be mad and bitter at people because they don't see you as the same race as them or because they see you as a foreigner. So guess what? I'm finna side with people that it does no benefit to me to side for. That makes no sense.
With you, it's more so that's just their mentality. But you're gonna burn bridges with a lot of American dudes, and I don't think you are gonna shut it down. I think they're using you as a pawn in their scheme, and I think you're being fueled by the back and forth.
I don't think he understands what the man's saying. Burn bridges with a lot of American dudes. Sir, he lives in Colombia. It don't matter. And here's the thing, because Homies Hub can't see outside of this whole YouTube thing, and he can't see outside of the money that's being made from the sex parties. There's a lot of money being invested into Medellin by people who want to turn that image around. And I cannot wait until I can actually come out and speak about these things. Again, there are things going on behind the scenes that I legally cannot talk about. That's the type of, Homies Hub don't understand the type of eyes and investment that's in Medellin. Robert is absolutely on the right side. And there are a lot of Americans, not just Americans, there are a lot of people who are working internationally, working overtime, trying to turn this situation around. But you don't know that, Homies Hub, because you're not included in those conversations. You are not a part of Medellin's future. I'm not saying I'm not saying you're gonna get banned from there or nothing like that. But it's like, I think y'all people don't understand the scope of this thing. So that's why y'all think sex tourism is the only thing that Colombia is betting on right now. And so it is genuinely baffling and confusing, y'all, that people see value outside of the sex tourism, which is why a lot of people had so much smoke for me and couldn't understand why I was there. And when me being there has brought me opportunities I would not never have dreamed of in my wildest dreams. And there are opportunities that I got outside of this space, outside of this YouTube space. But from just making content about my day-to-day life on Instagram, I have gotten opportunities I would have never imagined. Homies Hub thinks travel trips have more power than they do. Bro is clueless. That's why he's in a $7 rayon shirt with the LV logo. What's up? What's up, DJ Batman?
Because here's how it's coming across to me, right? You might not be intentionally targeting Black people, but because you had an altercation with a group of Black people, therefore other Black people or all Black people are gonna get caught in this fire, even though you know the city is transactional, everything you do is transactional.
No, not other. This is what I'm saying. This is my problem I have with Homies Hub. He try to make the activities of Black people that's not doing right. He want us to take. He want us to like. He wants to create this fear mindset of like, oh my God, if y'all say something about what we're doing, you're gonna get caught up in the fire. No, if y'all quit doing that shit, none of us would have to deal with it. If y'all quit doing this shit and posted it online, none of us would have to deal with this shit. Furthermore, which Black people are so like you bringing Black people into the conversation when this don't got honestly and truly this don't got nothing to do with Black women. I'm just being honest. It don't got shit to do with us. The activities that y'all are promoting and the things that y'all say on y'all channel harm the image of Black males far more than whatever the hell Robert is talking about exposing this shit. The men that are engaged, and that's what I'm saying, this is the mentality that have us fucked up even in the United States, why our community can't improve. The men that are doing bad or the men who are engaging in those activities damage our image and our reputation far more than somebody talking about it.
I can have a birthday party. If I invite 5 or 4 local girls, some of them are going to ask for money. That immediately makes it a sex party. And it's like you're like overlooking the general environment and just saying, nah, you guys are coming here and doing this stuff.
No, not if you don't pay for it, or not if you tell them no, or tell them it ain't that type of party. But let's be very clear. Y'all are inviting pros to y'all party. Y'all are inviting pros. Girls that y'all know that are pros. If that's the case, vet more. Vet the people that you invite to your party more. Invite girls that you've gotten to know over a long period of time. Get you some girlfriends and invite them to the party. That's funny. Oh, click, baby.
This is that. And now the mayor might work with you. Migration might work with you. They might expel a few. But if you actually know the numbers, only 0.03% of the people that's coming here for sex tourism actually get turned away. They still let people into the country. $2.5 billion came into Medellin. How much of that money you think came from weekend warriors, right? So it's like when this war is all said and done, you're going to have a bigger enemy than what you need to have. And the people that you were fighting with are not going to have your side. And that's just, that's how I think you should look.
It's a lot of men that have Robert's side. It's a lot of Black men on Robert's side. It's a lot of Black men that do pay for play that's on Robert's side. You know why? Because they want to go do their play for play and they want to be low key and they don't want everybody up in their mix or in their business. Y'all be talking too damn much. Kelvin says, Homie's Hub has kicked folks out for soliciting sex at his parties. He's strict on that. Well, that's good to know. That's good to know.
At the situation. Now, you don't have to take my advice personally, but I've been coming to Medellin and you know, doing my thing here now for like 3 years, and I see how their mentality is, bro. I don't think you're going to make an ally with them. I think you're going to be used for the period that it works until it doesn't.
So, look, I appreciate, I can understand what you're saying.
Nobody asked, like, he's creating this scenario where it's like, oh, they're going to use you. Robert is doing this because he wants to on his own accord. Like, nobody asked him to do this, but since they seen he doing it, then let's work together. But like, this man chose to do all of this on his own accord. So like, trying to paint somebody as like a pawn when they're engaging in activities that they want to engage in, to me, that I don't understand that.
Look, I'm gonna talk on something that look, a lot of guys try to say a lot of things when they come here, and they try to represent and be something that they're not, okay? Me working with the mayor and migration and stuff is one thing, but when it comes to being used, spit out, how I'm tied into this city is deeper than any single gringo that has ever come to Medellin.
Which is true. And I'm not going to speak on certain things, but I know exactly what he's talking about. And but this is what I will say. It's the reason why Robert speaks freely and say what he want to say about everybody, whether they be Paisa or foreigner, and he don't give a fuck. And he's still walking around there with his head attached to his shoulders. And it's like, they are not putting that together. They're not putting that together.
It's just that simple. You guys, I don't care if anyone, what you guys have to say about it or anything like that. And it's not something that I could go deep into, but you got
that white man to do your bidding. That's crazy. Black man, worst enemy is a black woman. I never, prior to, and we still haven't had a private conversation about Mentuition. Prior to Robert putting out his YouTube reel on Mentuition, we never spoke ever about Mentuition. Never. I've never spoken to Robert about Mentuition. I've never spoken to Robert about the Homies Hub. None of these guys on the internet, actually. Robert got wind of that. I don't know how he got one. I don't know who sent him the live. I don't know what happened. And he went on his own accord because we are friends. And he did digging. I had never even been on, I never even been on Mentuition's like website, never seen, I did not know, I don't watch them. So I did not know they were hosting those type of meetups or events or parties. And again, if I wanted to put Mentuition on blast to immigration, I have a bigger Instagram platform than Robert. And every time I put a video out on anything talking about that, Instagram is messy. That shit go triple platinum. I would have just done it myself. Why would I hit up Robert to do it when I could just do it myself? Robert did that because that's what he wanted to do. And it had nothing to do with race. Nothing has happened because he white. White people die in Colombia every day. What are you talking about? There have been 2 stories where they done cut up white men into little pieces and spread their body parts out. Like, what are you talking about? They get white men every day in Colombia. There are so many stories. It has nothing to do with, y'all gotta quit with this. It's a mental illness. Y'all gotta quit with this race stuff.
An enemy of every single American. Like I say in the videos right now, there's not a goddamn thing any of you guys can do. It really is that simple, man. It's that simple. Nobody can touch me.
If someone tells you it's impossible to tone up after 45, they are wrong. If you want your legs to look like this, your belly like this, or your...
And I don't mean that in an arrogant way about...
And try it if you want to. Try it if you want to. It's really that simple. He ain't lying.
me, guys, I've said it multiple times. You got to think critically, man. Like, I'm married to a paisa, and I'm just gonna keep it there. Like, yeah, you could be married to any paisa, right? But how is it that a gringo?
Here's the thing about Robert, though. He not just married to just know any paisa. That's why you gotta watch what you say when you speaking on folks.
Goes on and starts calling out, right, people that here that are drugging and robbing tourists, right? That people will be like, yo, how are you doing that? Hey, guys like Open, where they're hiding their face. How is it that I'm doing something so freely, right? You guys all kind of jump on your high horse and you want to knock something down. But here's the deal, man. Like, I have it made very well. Like, there is, at the end of this all, I'm going to be okay, right? If people don't like me, that's fine. There's not anything that you
like. The argument is like, you got to cut it out because you finna lose in the popularity department. Because I'm saying, truly, what can these men do for Robert? What benefit does he get from aligning himself with them, or keeping on their good side? How does it benefit him in any way? So, like, the argument can be made, oh, it's not going to benefit you with the Pisces, but like, is it going to benefit him to side with the passport bro? How is it going to benefit him to side with the passport bro? If people are going to like him, what can you do with people liking you? How does that benefit his life? He ain't broke. The man got money. He got everything he wants in his life. How is that going to benefit him, whether or not the passport bros do or do not like him?
You can't get close enough to me to do a damn thing about it, man. Like, you can't. Not here. Not if I fly and I land into Mexico and there's a car waiting for me. Not if I land in the DR. Not even if I land in the United States. You can't touch me. It's that simple, man. Like, I've made it very clear.
Most ain't even gonna try. It's just bumping their gums
for you guys, and I'm gonna make it just that clear again, man. Like, you can't touch me, man. Like, some of you, and I don't mean you, like, but some of these guys on these streams, you try to represent something, right? Where, man, like, it exists in other people's lives, man, and it's that simple. I'm not worried about a damn thing here because I have it made very, very well.
So, long story short, all you motherfuckers threatening him, y'all ain't gonna do shit.
You ain't gonna do shit. No. And you know what's funny? And not that it's funny. A few days ago, and you could start to ask some of them, right? Some guys try to start throwing some shade at my wife, and ask them what started to pop up in their DMs. It had nothing to do with me. There's people that are watching. There's people that have green lighted the shit I do. There's people that are watching everything, and you can't fuck with me, man. You can't. And when I tell you I'll give you the address to my front door, I ain't fucking around. I'll give you the address to my front door. You would be stupid to try to show up, but I'll give it to you.
Rob, I'm sorry. After this stream, you are FBI Rob, bro. You are untouchable, bro. You are FBI Rob, my guy.
They say that like, what is that? Like, who cares? Yep, FBI Rob. Yep.
But look,
coming at you live and direct.
The thing is, it's not that I'm untouchable, because there are people in this city, right, on another side from another country, right? I'll leave it there, that could try to come, but they'll pay a steep price for that, right? So I'm not untouchable, but when it comes to the Americans, absolutely.
Yeah,
there's not a damn thing any of y'all could do, right? It would be something here, but the people here know. That's the thing. Right? The people from the United States pretend to know things and they think they know everything. The people here know. When I first started making videos, my wife wasn't anywhere on my Instagram. How do you think they're texting my wife? How would they even know who my wife is? Right? Guys, if they just sit down a little bit of time and they put the pieces together, man, they could be like, oh yeah, like, you know, I might not like that it gets to be him and not me because I watch Narcos so much and I thought I was this badass when I came here and I made friends with the barber that told me he was connected, blah, blah, blah. But like, man, like, there's not, I'm not an FBI. I'm not invincible, but yeah, there's not anybody.
People in the comments talking about Cap. If it was Cap, y'all got to put two and two together. If it was Cap, why is he still walking around alive? You got to use your common sense. If what he's saying is Cap, as many people he done put on blast in that city, locals, he done put up people from within there that got real skin in the game. Why is he still walking around alive? That's the measure of whether or not what he's talking about is cap.
In the passport bros isn't doing shit to me, that's for sure.
I mean, I'm gonna be real with you. I don't think anybody's doing shit to you, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's just nobody's doing shit to you. But like I said before, and I'm saying this at this point almost like a friend. Careful, bro, because
child, homie could be faking concern. That's just like you done sat up here and called me every name in the book from Sunday to Sunday, called me a slut, whoop-de-whoop-whoop-doo, but then turn around and say, I'm looking out for you. I'm just looking out for you. No, you're not, homie's hub. You just want the man to shut up. Just like you want to say what you want to say about me and you want me to shut up. You're not looking out for nobody. Why do you always stop faking concern for people? When a man just told you he ain't worried about nothing. So why we got to keep with that? Stop faking concern. You just don't like what the man having to say. That's it. Not saying you don't like him, you don't like what he got to say. You are not genuinely concerned about this man. If something happened to this man tomorrow, you're not going to shed a tear. And you're not going to come at the community. And you're not going to say nothing to them about checking their rhetoric surrounding him. You are not truly and genuinely concerned. Why do you have to play these games?
Build you up to hang you. And I say,
if the feds infiltrated the Passport Bros movement, the Passport Bros gave them all the ammunition that they needed. Because again, they was putting everything online. Self-snitching. That's why I say be mad. They got to be mad at them before they get mad at Robert.
Say that to a lot of people. A lot of people pick you up to hang you by your neck. So if something happened to you, I don't think you would be a passport, bro. I think you just got to be careful because, like I said before, I think you're getting pulled into an agenda.
Y'all comparing Pablo
like I said, like, you're a smart guy.
In this situation when what Pablo did put him on the list of the U.S. government. That's when it was up for him. Ain't nothing Robert talking about finna put him in bad standing with the U.S. government. Okay, it was up for Pablo. Let's be very clear. It was up for him soon as he got on the bad side of the U.S. government. This is not that type of party.
Guy, so but there is there's a little Bible scripture some people used to give me because for me, I go at a lot of dudes on the internet constantly, and the Bible quote, if it means anything to you, is try to be peaceable amongst all men, right? And you don't want to create an enemy out of the Passport Bros because they're steeper than what you think. They spend way more money than what you think, and the motivation sometimes. You can kind of like poke at someone and they'll give you a whole like reaction. But when you're constantly stabbing against them, you might really ignite someone to take this to a level that you didn't really think.
Him trying to use fear to shut Robert up. Here's the thing, baby. That man already told you he's not worried about it. And when you out here, here's the thing. When you out here standing on principle, that kind of stuff you don't care about. Real men stand on principle and they accept whatever come with it. I don't know why y'all keep trying to speak fear into a man that keep telling y'all he ain't scared.
Want to war with you. I don't want war with you. Just a disclaimer, we don't have nothing inside of our group chats that's worth you reporting to anybody. But like I said before, I do think down the road,
I see why Robert's smiling.
People are not going to have your back as much as you think they are. And also whatever you're trying to fix by doing this isn't going to stop. I don't think it stops here. There, I mean, I think, sex makes too much money here. The webcam business is booming. All that sex stuff is put on the internet anyway. I think what it really is that the American comes here, makes money, and they don't break bread, right? Like they don't break off the bread. The mom and pop shop around the corner has to pay somebody just to be able to be there. The gringo doesn't. So because the gringo doesn't have to pay someone to be there, it now becomes an operational, yo, we got to shut this down. It works for now until they find a way to monetize it. And then they go, hey, Rob, thank you for your service, but we don't need you anymore. So I just think you should think about it like that.
You've got 17 different creative subscriptions, pal. Give it a rest. Envato has unlimited AI generations.
Yeah, look, here's the thing. I'll tell you, look, when these guys got my account shut down, every day my DMs are full of people, right? My account got shut down for 10 days and ain't no one trying to find me. So I know, like, I'm very well aware of what's going on, right? I'm not stupid, you know, not even close. So, everybody has their own agenda. I have my own now for what we're doing, man. Like, when I started making the content, it was literally, I made one post. I had no intention of making 2 or 3, you know, but I can be the voice to actually try to shed light and try to keep guys safe. So even if I don't necessarily agree with everything, I'm gonna try to keep, and for everyone that's watching this, like, hey, you might see me as an enemy, but like, I'm going to still keep trying to keep you safe, even if you are doing stupid stuff here, right? Like, it is that simple. Like, I'm going to expose the girls. Like, I'm going to try to find them. I'm going to try to have them, or I'm going to try to have them arrested, do everything that we can, share their faces. Like, I'm still going to always have your back to a degree, right? All I'm trying to get to stop is the other stuff, because, man, when it stops, it gets better for everybody. So for me, it's worth doing. Look, everybody that's done anything in life that's been worth talking about, someone told them what you told me. Hey, nothing's going to change. You ain't going to be able to pull that off, right? Stuff like that. And you have to ignore it and continue to move forward, right? So I'm going to continue just to move forward and try to create something better, and then to be valuable in the town outside of that. Look, because like what you talked about is very real. Right, where people are monetizing this stuff and just taking that bread back home, and that not enough people here are getting a piece of the action. Right, that is very much real. Right, so what I'm looking at doing right now, even, right, and I'll lay it out for you guys. If you looked at the thing today, like, I'm rolling out a course to help guys learn how to go remote, do sales and marketing. We're going to let Colombians come in and learn for free, help them try to get jobs. So be an asset there. And then I'm going to take the money that we're going to make from that, and we're going to start to roll it back into the community. First thing is, we're going to try to make sure every kid in Medellin has a bed. We're going to feed families in the barrios. Like, I'm going to be an asset in this city, using the revenue that comes from the content to then put it back in the city and do the very thing that they're angry is not happening right now. Right. So like there
are multiple ways to do that. There are multiple vehicles to drive that. It don't have to be sex. Medellin has a lot to offer. It really don't have to be sex.
Got it right there. That it's a big piece of it, man. So it's simple, man. Like you people, if you think about it, you know what the problem is. The city's telling you what they're doing about it. Guys just need to slow down enough, man, and then do something. I've seen someone here put Ronan's the nicest guy, right? You don't show women, go after someone who's doing something wrong. Yo, I have a fucking screenshot of Ronan in a fucking group telling everyone to go mass report me. Fuck that dude. I don't give a shit what he does. That is the most beta ass shit ever. Fuck Ron. Simple, man. How many grown-ass men go tell people, yo, go mass report his count. Let's go show this motherfucker what time it is. That's some goofy-ass shit. That's why you guys are getting jammed up right now. Imagine being a grown-ass man doing this little circle of guys going and then bragging about it, you know, to each other, man. And then going and trying.
High school, and what I say, high school girl shit, high school girl activities. I'm a grown-ass woman, and you won't see me talking like that in a group chat with no whole bunch of women. High school girl shit, bro. And then wonder why. Why is he talking to the Homies Hub? Homies Hub, well, Chill Capo told him that Homies Hub was online talking about him, so he pulled up. It's actually been a decent conversation.
Trying to harass my wife. Bro, you come at my wife, that's the thing. Like I just was trying to talk about before. You don't even have to worry about me, guys. You fuck with my wife, you don't have to worry about me. Put it that way. But you're going to find yourself in a world of shit. World of shit.
Well, I mean, that's lame. And I don't condone that shit, contacting somebody's wife. But then again, man, some of the people in this fucking space are disgusting people. So I want to read some of these super chats. I don't know if you want to stay on, man. I would like you to stay on as long as possible, because I'm sure people want to I think this is, if you have time, this is the night to flush all this out, because I wanna talk about a little bit of everything.
Let's move on.
What you think
about you, bro? But you know what? Like, I haven't even honestly, because
upon knowing who he is and looking at his content.
No, man, I made content when I started making content. The first piece of content I ever made was I was pissed off that he got deported.
Yeah, that's true.
Right. So I was pissed off that Capo got deported because Capo is going out to parties where things already exist. Right. And here's the other thing, though, too, is the longer that this goes on and the more you learn, and it's like, hey, like, we can't beat this. This is what we're doing. Like, so we can't fight it. So we might as well just fall in line. Right. So
in the age of AI, you're still overpaying agencies.
Robert talking sick, but a lot of people not gonna want to hear it.
Meet Okoye.
Because they want to do, they rebellious. They want to do what they want to do.
I started making the content I was making, right, in defense of Capo getting deported. That's how this whole thing started, like in 100%. So I didn't think that he should have been deported to begin with, right? But here's the thing, and I think Capo would probably attest to this now too, knowing what the city is doing, right? We could either try to fight it and lose, or we have to figure out another way.
Capo, how you feel about that?
I feel like what part of it? What part of it?
Do you think this is a fight that Rob can win?
No, nobody can change the culture of a city that's already, hundreds of years into whatever it is that they're doing. You know what I mean? Like, this didn't, the sex tourism and all that stuff. Yeah, that might be necessarily a new factor into the everyday life of the people that are in Medellin, and they're not necessarily used to seeing different people, different cultures, different faces coming into their city. But at the end of the day, the pieces of the puzzle are still there. Like, it's not like this is some brand new concept. Sex work didn't just get created after COVID.
I mean, here's the thing, and this is what's not clocking here. Nobody trying to change the people in Medellin or the people in Colombia. We can't do that. But what Robert is saying is, we gotta fall in line. The foreigner has to fall in line. And one thing that Colombians are right about is you either can fall in line or you can leave. And it's really, really that simple. And you can't force people to want to wrestle with or change things that they don't want to. And let me be fair, because this isn't talked about enough in the conversation. Colombia is doing some things, yet we might not think they're doing enough, but they are trying to mitigate a lot of things. For example, Colombia just made the legal age of marriage 18 years old. You gotta be 18 to get married. All of that, child, some people might say that came a little too late, but they're starting. They are trying to identify more and more. They're trying to identify these minors that are on the host stroll and do something. It might not be coming at the rate and speed that a foreigner might think it should, but they are moving forward. What they don't want, while they are trying to address and tackle certain issues, is for foreigners to come and throw gasoline on the situation. I've talked about this before in terms of in the United States, because I like to think of everything fair and equal, where you had a lot of illegal migrants coming into the United States and committing crimes. Some of these crimes heinous. And the people who are pro open borders or pro illegal immigration say things like, well, regular Americans commit crimes too. That's the dumbest argument you can ever make. That's just like saying the house is on fire, so you should go throw gasoline on the fucking house. It works the same way in Colombia. Colombians are like, we are already trying to do things like stop child marriages. We already have parents who are putting their kids on these webcams. We already have kids that are being snatched up and trafficked through the southern border or trafficked to other Colombians. So we're already trying to get this shit in check. And then now you added an additional layer that we have to combat, which we really don't even have to deal with if we don't want to, because these are foreigners. Why are we putting up with this shit? And this is the part that a lot of Americans don't understand. It don't matter what Colombia been doing for centuries or decades or whatever. They really are trying to clean stuff up. It's not going to always look the way you want it to look. A lot of the times they're going to try to find a middle ground. A lot of the times they are going to have to plan for these things and think about how it affects their financial future as well. But that don't mean that they're not doing something about it. Exactly. When foreigners come to the USA, try to fall in line or leave. It's really that simple. It's really that simple.
You know what I'm saying? So ultimately, as long as people are able to travel anywhere for cheap, where the conditions are what they are in Medellin, Cartagena, etc., it's just always going to breed that sort of energy. And until Colombia says, you know what, fuck it, we've had enough of this, tourism is over, or sex, it's illegal for foreigners to pay for prostitutes, or we're just going to outlaw prostitution totally, make it illegal, force everything underground, and that will kind of
chill. Capo, we cool. You my dude. I think you're a cool dude. Colombia is saying that they've had enough. They've had enough of being put on blast for it. They've had enough of their women being publicly disrespected. They are saying they've had enough. The problem is y'all have an issue with the way in which they're saying it, or the way in which they're choosing to enforce it. But that's not up for you to decide. Colombians absolutely can say, hey, we don't mind y'all coming here and paying for it, but you got to do stuff in decency and in order. That's their right to say that. No, we don't want you putting it on the internet. No, we don't want you having these sex parties. We want you to be very quiet, and we want you to act like you got some sense when you come here. Colombians have every right to deal with it in that fashion. It don't have to be the ways in which we suggest. And that's just the fact of the matter. That's just the reality of the matter. It's really that simple.
Not necessarily stop it, but it'll put a blockage in the flow of how many people are actually coming to Colombia for the purpose of sex tourism. You know what I'm saying? Which is an overwhelming majority of the single men that are coming. They're just coming to get laid, have a good time, and go back to their life wherever they are. That's just a fact. It's undeniable. People try to act like it's not a real thing. Everybody who has visited Colombia in the last 3 or 4 years will tell you that. You know what I mean? The plane ain't full of women. The plane is full of men.
Creators, take this.
The plane is not full of women because of the marketing. All you have to do is turn the marketing surrounding Colombia now around, and it will change. Absolutely. The problem is in the marketing. And that can change. All Colombia has to do is partner with a lot of female. That's one. Shout out to Andre from Love Crossing Borders. He keeps trying to tell y'all that female content creators are the future of the marketing in Colombia. And y'all aren't listening to him. But he's being very smart. People are upset with him. He's being very smart and strategic because he been seeing this from a mile away. That the women are going to come in and they're going to promote Colombia the way the men should have been. It's not only that we're females and we look better and we're more marketable to where we're going to have certain opportunities come our way, but it's the things that the women choose to focus on that are far more lucrative than the sex tourism. Women are going to come in and they're going to market cultural events. Women are going to come in and they're going to market the beauty industry. Women are going to come in and they're going to market the cosmetic surgery industry. Women are going to come in and they're going to show you all kind of different facets of Colombian culture and society that the men should have been trying to do, but failed to do. So this is why Colombia is viewed that way. But that will change. When I show them the real Colombia in other cities, they ignore it. Who is they? But here's the thing, Ray. A woman, an American woman, I'm just, this is the reality of the situation. If you were to get like a Christy Sarah, right? Christy Sarah got millions of followers, right? And she's fine, like beautiful women. When you start getting those type of content creators coming and showing different sides of Colombia, the women will become more interested in Colombia. A lot of these women are not coming to Colombia because all they know about Colombia is Pablo Escobar and prostitution. But once the women love to travel. I showed y'all, I broke down the stats. Women on average travel significantly more than males annually. Once you get the women to fall in love with Colombia, you no longer even need that sex tourism because women come and one thing about women, they spend money. Most women that come to Colombia travel to Cartagena. That's true. And the reason why they do is because Cartagena provides that. That's another thing. Colombia is going to really have to understand, and I don't know, they need to understand just how valuable their Afro-Colombian community is going to have to become in the process of marketing. The problem with a lot of these Latin American countries is that people, let's be very clear. Americans love exoticism. We do. Black people are going to have to become a very integral part of how Colombia chooses to market. Especially considering that Black females love to travel and they love to spend money. And you know why they go to Cartagena? They love to see the women, I don't know what they call the cultural drapes. You know what I'm saying? With the dress and the fruit baskets, and they love the dancing, and they love the music, and they love all the hues of people that they see on the coast. They love to be by the water. So Colombia is going to have to become very strategic in how it markets its travel. It can't just be the white Latina that's going to draw the men. The white Latina with the long dark hair, a small waist, and the BBL that's going to draw the men. No. They are going to have to start promoting their Afro culture a lot more than what they already do. And it's going to help Colombia do numbers. I have seen a better class of tourists in Cali and Santa Marta. You know why? Because there are no red light districts. I'm not saying you can't go there and do pay for play if you want to, but there's no parquilleras.
3 apps are built to run my business made with Base 44. They're ready for you as free-to-use templates in the link below. Let's talk.
It's the lines of immigration is hundreds and hundreds of men, predominantly Black men. In 2022, when I first got to Medellin, it wasn't even that many people popping out. The clubs weren't packed every night. Yedis Park was always way dominated with the females more than the males. Now it's kind of 50-50, if not, the guys are grossly outnumbering the girls just because it's just word of mouth. It's not so much the social media, all that stuff. It's just when one person goes, 10 other friends, yo, I had a great time. This is what I did. I fucked this bitch. I did this. I did that. I did that. the word of mouth is going to spread faster than anything. And I think that is what has the biggest impact on the spike in the tourism and the amount of people that are coming. And then on top of that, the stigma of Colombia being so dangerous. So nobody really wants to come by themselves. So what do? They squad up. They come with the bros, 2, 3, 4, 5 guys deep. So there's safety in numbers. And I think that's more so what we're seeing is just the safety in numbers along with everything else that I mentioned. So long term, is anything going to change? No. The only people that have the power to control the flow and what's happening in Colombia is Colombians. And ultimately, I don't think anybody wants to give up billions of dollars for their moral beliefs.
Yeah.
Brooklyn,
Yo,
I know you've been waiting. Yeah, man. The floor is yours, bro. Go ahead.
Yeah, yo, homie, so what's good, bro? I ain't speak to you in a minute, but I'll be tuning in, my boy.
What's up, man? What up?
Yeah, question, man. Capo,
Opportunity cost for everything. So I hear what Capo was saying is they don't want to give up their billions of dollars because right now their primary climate is the American male who is going to flood Colombia just simply for the women. There is an opportunity cost. If Colombia is seen as this dangerous place where you can only go to get sex and they don't rebrand, then they're missing out on money from people who will come. Like, for example, families are going to spend more money than the average American male. Women are going to come and spend more money than the average American male just because women like to do stuff where we can take photos and we're going to break bread. Women like to go get beauty services done, medical tourism. So there's an opportunity cost that comes from continuing to feed this reputation of Colombia is only for sex.
right? You validating Rob, you saying, yo, you the only black friend or whatever. Wasn't you dissing the Passport Bros when you got deported?
Not necessarily dissing the Passport Bros. See, the thing, and I spoke about this on another stream before. In Colombia,
I've seen the clip. Let me just say this. I'm gonna say this one thing. I've seen the clip where basically they deported you, and you was talking to the news outlets as if Passport Bros are the problem. Like you was talking to the news outlets in Colombia as if Passport Bros are the problem. And now you over here.
Turn simple text into cinematic videos with Hollywood.
I want to see the clip because what it is people be sensitive and taking shit the wrong way and hearing what they want to hear. Because I ain't never seen Chill Capo really just be, talking bad about the Passport Bros. I've heard him say stuff like he wasn't attracting men to come for pay for play or do sex tourism. I've heard him say that.
Basically snitching on black men to this white dude, whatever he got going.
No, he not doing that.
Going on. And now you validating him, and you supposed to be like the the trustable black friend. But yeah.
Hey, real quick, I want to touch on something real quick. I want to make something real clear. Capo has never sent me any information on any Passport Bros. I know I've said that it's black guys that are sending me stuff, but I'm gonna make it clear right now. Capo has never been the one to send me shit on any of you guys. None. Me and Capo talk about our own.
So he's just a friend that's just validating. He's just a friend that's stamping you there.
Yeah, we're friends. We talk every.
Hold on. This one I can't stand. This little high school girl ass mentality. Oh, so you're talking to this white guy? But let's be very clear. Robert has created a lane for himself. That man is always posted on IG. And if y'all think that those videos don't take time to compile the information and you are sadly mistaken. He's in his own lane and has created his own lane for himself, and he don't need Chill Capo to do what he doing. So what are you validating him? You being his black friend? Who? What? Y'all gotta grow the fuck up.
every day about other stuff. That's the thing, man. Capo knows me on a different level outside of just the 90-second reels that you guys see. Man, we talk. We got shit. We both got fucked over by the same lawyer scamming people. So we got that we're dealing with, you know. But what we talk about different things, man, all the time. Capo is about to go and move to like another thing. Like we're talking about the content. I want a marketing agency. Like we have things in common that we talk about outside of this, right? Like but Capo has never sent any of you guys any information over on anybody.
Why for
well,
I've got a question. Why for Black people, and I'm saying this as a person that don't have a single white friend, but it's not on purpose. But why can Black people only be friends with white people if the white person is validating our bullshit? Like bullshit is the only thing we can have in common. This is something to ponder. Like he just named other things that they have going in common, ideas that are sure. We don't gotta agree on everything. Let's say they don't agree at all about sex tourism or passport bros. Why can't they be friends? Why can't they connect on other stuff? Do your friends have to agree with everything you do or say or promote or believe in? Because if that's the case, you ain't gonna keep friends that long. They need to dismantle parquilleras and make it go back to the back streets away from public eye like before. Yeah, I agree with that. I think that's one of the main concerns. We celebrate Afro-Colombian Day and Antonio Alvarez Festival in August. Here's the thing, Ray. Most Americans don't even know that there are Black people and Colombians. And that's what I'm saying. It's a mainstream marketing problem. And it's not just a Colombian thing. It's a lot of Latin America to where the Latinos that we see are not entirely representative of what is available. They're not what you see when you turn on like Telemundo or like the artists that hit it like mainstream in the United States or the artists that get put on the telenovelas and all that kind of stuff. So this is a problem with more mainstream or more visibility. Even on a lot of the advertisements that I would see in Medellin, especially when we're talking about beauty services, it would always be like a blanquita.
Now that I don't have to say that part. So in Colombia specifically, the term passport bro has been used as a weapon to describe any traveler that is a foreigner that's specifically coming to Colombia for sex. So when everything happened with my situation and all the press and the media and everything about me was being posted, every single clip or interview that you saw said passport bro, passport bro, passport bro. And to me, not saying the passport bros or the ideology or the movement is a bad thing. I just wanted to separate myself from that term because in Colombia, as far as the Colombians go, that term is a negative thing. They use that almost the same as calling you an N-word. You know what I'm saying? Like they use it in that way when they say passport bro. And I wasn't a tourist. I wasn't there on vacation. I've been living in Medellin since 2022.
That don't make no sense.
With, peacefully.
This comment don't make no sense. You don't go to a Hispanic country to learn about Afro cultures. You go to Africa for that. What? That's just like saying you don't go to America to learn about Black American culture. You gotta go to Africa. Why? When Afro-Colombians got their own culture in Colombia, they have a very distinct and specific culture that is uniquely Colombian. That don't make no sense.
In my penthouse, chilling, same girl that I've been dating for 3 years. You know what I'm saying? Am I in the park every night? Yeah, because that's where my money is. But to call me or label me a quote passport bro the way that they were trying to use it, meaning they as the Colombians, all I was doing was trying to clarify that I am not a weekend warrior.
Song about a sleepy monster.
I'm here as a resident. I've held a permanent visa since 2022. I've had multiple cedulas. I've, you know, I do what I need to do to make my money. But at the end of the day, I was just trying to separate myself from that term the way that Colombians were using it. Not that passport bros are an enemy or I don't fuck with passport bros. You got to really live in Colombia and not be a tourist to hear how they use it every day. And that's what I was doing. It was separating myself from that word, not necessarily, oh, I ain't no fucking, you know, because if you're a passport.
I mean, it's sad that he got to explain it, but I guess you got to explain it to folks.
Passport, bro, by default, you're a black traveler. And I've never tried to, you know, unblack myself, if that makes any, and you know what I mean? Like, I never try to not be black or I'm no black, you know what I mean? Like how Dominican people say it, that was never my intention. And I know a lot of people.
They said they deported him for activities related to sex tourism. Why, by not claiming that, why is that synonymous with, why does that have to be synonymous with trashing black tourists? When black people should not even want that type of shit to be synonymous with our culture. Is the point I've been trying to make. Like, yeah, you should say that. If you're a black person, hell, I don't even care who was doing it. You should be like, yeah, but nah, I ain't doing that. You should not want that to be synonymous with our image and be getting mad at black people who are saying, nah, I ain't doing that.
Probably took it that way. That's why I did other interviews and I did other streams with other content creators, because I wanted to make that clear. If you never saw it, but I wanted to make that clear that I'm not trying to separate myself from black people or black travelers. I'm a black man. There's no way to do that. What I'm trying to do is disassociate.
I think I can make that happen, right? Mariah, I invite you to the Afro-Colombian Festival in Cali. The 30th anniversary edition takes place in Cali, Colombia from August 11th to August 7th. I think I can actually swing that. I think I can swing that. Afro-Colombians from the Pacific coast are different from the Caribbeans. I agree with that. I mean, I'm sure that's the case. For what? My fundraiser, not yet. Guys, for those that don't know, I have a fundraiser to go to Sosua at the end of August. I'll be running it for the next couple of weeks. It's to go to Sosua, get them a new mic for this, and as well as like one of those lapel mics so I can do IRLs when I go to Sosua. If I get it before, I'll start doing them here. And I'm going to do live interviews with some of y'all's favorite YouTubers, one of them being Mr. Flip Flop. So, of course, this will be paying for me to go there, the hotel, all of that. So, we have $955 to go.
The negative connotation that's Colombia.
I'm gonna say this one. It's not that you're separating yourself as a black man, but you was clarifying what the passport bros is to these people, even though they don't care. It doesn't matter. I feel like Colombia. I got my
The reason why Chill Capo is gonna look stupid trying to clarify what the passport bros is because A, they already, first of all, they live in these places. You're not finna explain to them what a passport bro is when every time they go to parqueaderas, they see men who were calling themselves passport bros paying for box. What can you say to these people? They're not about to let you gaslight them. They're not finna let you talk about, oh yes, but passport bros are these, all of us, we're like good upstanding men, and those men don't have anything to do with the movement, when the men that are doing this are saying they're a part of the movement. The men who are getting online are saying they are a part of the movement. So nobody's gonna let you get in their face and talk them out of their opinion when they have seen certain things with their own eyes. Then it just comes off as being disingenuous and gaslighting. The only thing you really can say is, I'm not a passport bro at this point. This is Ray, y'all. He's a Colombian. Ray, Chill Capo is correct. To us, passport bros are sex tourists. Yes. And they have seen plenty of evidence and with their own eyes in their own country to suggest that. So there's nothing he can say. And he's intelligent enough to know that. This man wanted Chill Capo to sit up and argue with locals about what a passport bro is and ain't. You can't argue with them people. They seen who's saying that they a passport bro.
Was literally just throwing us under the bus, though. You was just like, yo, them passport bros is such and such, and I'm not a passport bro. Passport bros. I'm a passport bro.
I think that's the biggest, one of the biggest issues right now, guys. Honestly, that the difference that of being living here versus visiting here, what the experience is, right, for people, right? So you know, being a passport bro when you're living here.
That's what I'm saying. Y'all, they want men to shut up. There are men who are like, I live in this country. I've established a business in this country. I have a girlfriend in this country. Or I have a wife in this country. I have kids in this country. And y'all, they are getting upset when these men are saying, we don't want to be associated with y'all who are traveling and you're going from country to country. You're not establishing roots. And a lot of the times you're traveling from country to country to have all these different sex experiences. They cannot, like, these people are supposed to want to associate with you because of what? Because of race? That's the dumbest thing ever. Y'all don't have much in common at that point.
Go ahead.
So look, I understand very well because I live overseas. I'm not a weekend warrior at all. I understand very well.
You say you live overseas, but are you planted? Are you planted in one particular country? Chill Capo had been in Medellin for what, 3 years? Robert's been there for 2. It's not the same as you going somewhere every 3 months or going to a new place every 6 months. Or return. It's not the same. And this is what they keep trying to explain. Y'all have very different interests, and the standard by which they are required to conduct themselves and to integrate into the society is very different from somebody that's coming and going.
For a week to smash whatever and then leave versus living there. However, I'm still a passport bro. I'm still a proud passport bro.
If you're creating content online,
and
you
I
need
keep
to
telling
invest
y'all,
in your aesthetics. We can show you exactly what you would look.
These men keep picking that hill to unalive themselves on, that word. If you are a man who likes to travel and you want to invest and you want to leverage your dollar, you can do that without being like, but oh my gosh, I'm still a proud. Y'all are fighting a losing battle fighting for that term. Y'all are like, oh, let me hold the line. It's so tarnished at this point. Y'all don't let too much foolishness happen at this point. Nobody believe, even when a lot of them be like, well, I'm a good passport bro. Nobody believe in that shit. I just had Melvin come into my comments the other day. Not all of us are bad. Come to find out, people sending me DMs of him in these group chats, wilding out. I had to get on here and talk about Melvin. And you could be very, very sincere, and that you are going to these countries and you're not behaving like the bad apples, even though the bad apples are seeming to be what's mostly represented. Nobody cares. Nobody's trying to hear that shit. In the court of public opinion, they have already judged it, and there's no turning it around. The only way the passport bros could turn it around is through accountability within these. And this is not what this is looking like. People are getting upset anytime there's any type of criticism. No, if the passport bros really want to turn their image around, then y'all need to publicly be criticizing and kicking men out of these group chats. Y'all need to publicly be criticizing putting this stuff on the internet and sex parties. And then guess what? There needs to be reparations. What does that look like? Y'all need to be going to these countries as a collective and sewing into the community in other ways besides sex. Like giving these kids beds, like, like that kind of thing. It's more than, at this point, it's gone beyond just stopping some of these negative behaviors. It's now you have to like go out of your way to show how you are of value and of benefit, besides just money circulating because of sex. That's what it's really come down to. And until the passport bros movement as a collective is willing to do that, y'all just gonna have to come to terms with it. That is a term that has a negative denotation, and that y'all are all going to be put into the category of sex tourism. And there's not going to be any amount of convincing these locals that that is not what you are, is a sex pack. It is what it is. It is what it is. It's not my opinion. It is what it is. I can hook Mariah up with a nice tall Afro-Colombian from the Pacific. If she won't date short guys like me, I can convert her to Team Colombia still. Now, maybe I gotta go to the Pacific, but not right now. I'm good right now. I'm good. The word passport bro is tarnished to the point that they are being prejudged. Yeah, being judged. It is. It is. That's crazy. You want Black people to invest in a foreign country? I mean, if you're gonna go to a country, you need to invest in it. What are you talking about? Like, what's wrong with it? If you're gonna go to a country, live in a country, what do you mean? It's like when people come live in the United States, they need to invest and pour into the country. It's not about skin color. If you don't want to invest into the country, take your ass back to where you're from. That's fine. But we're talking about people who travel internationally. Yeah, Black people that live in America need to invest into their own communities. I absolutely agree with that. But that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about people who travel abroad or go live abroad.
So you consider yourself a passport bro, no matter 100%. if you live somewhere or you're just a part-time track? Because I don't know.
I'm gonna tell you what the passport bro
is by definition.
They all got their own definition. Y'all can't get on one.
If you actually Google the definition,
let me tell you.
There is a definition for a passport bro.
No, fuck that. Fuck Google. No, fuck Google. I'm somebody who's a passport bro from the beginning. The passport bros.
I gotta say this. So this is what's going on. While the men are having this conversation about what is and is not a passport bro, or what counts as passport bros behavior, Ray is saying and he is Colombian, there are entire documentaries in Spanish exposing passport bros. And these men that come on here that's criticizing Chill Capo and all them really have the delusional mindset that they are going to explain to Colombians in English, by the way, what a passport bro is, when these Colombians are already watching documentaries with footage and what is proof and evidence of what their perception of a passport bro is. What can you say to them? They don't even know that they got these documentaries. That's what I'm saying. American men that are going to these countries don't know just how in over their heads they are with this shit.
Living overseas. It wasn't necessarily about just traveling for a weekend. So it's people, it was black men that wanted to live overseas because most of us did not have passports. We got warrants, we got things, most of us never even thought about living overseas. So this black.
Your audio is getting super choppy. I don't know if you want to come back in or come off like a different device, but I can hear you, but it's choppy in my speaker, so I can imagine it's hard for some of the other people to hear you. But I did want to say this real quick. Yeah. Just like leave and come back. I think the issue right now is that we don't have a definitive definition of what a passport bro is, even if it's searchable online. Everybody refers to it as something different. I want to give a shout out to Xavier that comes in with a Cash App real quick. Hold on.
Brother, yes.
So I want to shout out to Passport Salvation and Rico that just joined the panel. I want to get a floor to Passport Salvation real quick. If you could come on and say what you got to say, but also tell me, what are you defining as a passport bro?
Well, like I said, I do my proper research, because what a lot of content creators or clickbaiters, what they like to do is just try to paint all passport bros as just a sex tourist.
All of this, I do my research. This type of conversation really irritates me, bro. This remind me of, like, y'all ever met them annoying ass women that's always trying to, like, anytime somebody say something, they always pulling out, and it's common sense, like somebody speaking common sense about just general perception. Here these people go, pulling out their damn dictionary. It don't matter. You can go do your own research. This is a matter of public opinion and public perception that is rooted in very real things that people have been able to see and observe with their own two eyes. Ain't shit you gonna pull out of a dictionary, a thesaurus, none of that gonna change nobody's perception. The only thing that changes perception is change behavior. So all of this, oh, these YouTubers don't like to do their research. No, sir, you're not talking sense. You are disregarding the human psychology part of all of this. That's what you're doing. Too bad I came in late to your live. I want to do a live with you so that you can interview. Okay, let's get that set up right. I told you I want to do a live with you this week. So you tell me what day works for you, what weeknight works for you. Interview said people can understand what Colombians think. Let's do that this week. Tell me what week works for you. Yeah. Mariah, I shared Ray Condor's videos on my channel to get the word out about the passport bros, and not to mention they be attacking Ray and Colombians who support. They do. And that's not helping the situation either. If you want somebody to come to an understanding of you and what you represent, hell, even if they coming off a little bit foul in their country, it's the onus on you to have the patience. The onus is on you to have the patience to explain. The onus is on you to show them that they're wrong, not through talking to them, but through acting. And if you can't do that, they're not trying to hear that.
And when you look up the proper definition of a passport bro, it will be like I said, I don't have the definition in front of me, but
No,
it's
right
something
here.
to the a traveler that pretty much goes and seeks a better way of living and relationships and the potential to find wives. It's something of that. I just don't have the definition in front of me. I'm at work.
And then another thing, why don't majority of y'all have no wife? That would solve a lot of this. If majority of y'all actually went and got married, y'all not getting. Most of y'all don't got no wife. There are passport bros that have wives. They just not on the internet being loud. But majority of the ones that y'all that we see on the internet don't have no wife. That's a huge problem. And why it's a problem is because you can't promote to the people, oh, we're here to find traditional marriages and wife. If you're gonna tell people that's what you're doing, you need to be able to have a wife to show for it. And if that's not what y'all not really coming to get no wife, then quit saying that.
So that's pretty much was the definition that was created by Aaron Black Male Traveler, BMT, Black Male Travels. Now, when people came, the clickbaiters, people that, their whole channel or their whole page is built on trashing Black men that travel to engage in legal activities that the country allows, they'll go and try to paint the narrative of these guys are villains, these guys are pieces of crap, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So that's when they come through and they co-opt the definition and they want to use it as a negative term to say, this is a Black man that's coming over here to do bad things. So that's pretty much what the narrative of Passport Bro is.
Here's another thing that y'all keep getting caught up in, legal. Oh, well, it's legal in these countries to do these things. Legal, just because something's legal, don't change people's moral perception on something. You can legal vices, any type of vice. For example, you can legalize any type of illicit substance. People are not going to look at you doing an illicit substance and have respect for you doing it just because it's legal. They're still going to judge you. They're still going to have a negative opinion of you. It don't matter if it's legal. It doesn't matter if buying or selling boxes is legal or illegal. People in a court of public opinion, that matters. So people are still going to label you, even if it's legal and you can't go to jail. You can make something legal. That doesn't mean people have to respect it just because it's legal. And that's the part that y'all are not clocking. Y'all are not clocking. It's not getting through. So somebody thinking that you are doing bad things is not the same thing as them thinking you are doing illegal things.
That's why I don't like the disingenuous of when they try to come over here and they try to lay on the fence of like, oh no, that's not really what Passport Bro means and blah blah blah. No, just be real. Just say I don't like Passport Bros because I just don't like them and I don't want them to come here. I'd rather them just be exactly like that.
So let me ask you this question, Passport Salvation, and then I want to get a mic to Rico and then go back to Rob. How do you feel about Rob's attempts to try to clean things up? Like, just give me your most honest sentiments.
Well, I mean, he's not. He's like, I just seen his hit piece
Let's
on
do Tuesday night.
Ronin Travelers. And Ronin doesn't even
8
promote
o'clock Colombia time.
The narrative of Passport Bros. He actually promote a better way of living overall. But when you got people like him that try to come and co-opt it and try to make him look like a freaking villain, he even reported him to try to pour him to immigration, which is crazy.
Yeah, and here's a part they keep forgetting. Ron had a group chat mass reporting his Instagram page, which is crazy. He did that first. Before Rob ever said something to immigration. So you just mad because y'all went tit for tat and that man came harder? You mad because they went tit for tat and that man came harder?
But like you said, this is what he does for the clicks and the views. And I rather him just be honest and say, I just don't like black travelers or guys that want to go and hook
Why
up
he
with
gotta
women.
say something he don't
And
like?
just be honest. Just say,
Why,
I just don't like
first
guys
of
that do that.
all, why is passport bro? Why the hell that gotta be synonymous with black travelers? Because I don't got shit to do with that. And it's a lot of black travelers that don't got nothing to do with that. So what are we talking about here? So why by him talking about activities of these men is synonymous with he don't like black travelers? When a lot of us don't got nothing to do with that. And this is what I'm saying. We be outside of the United States. This is what pissed me off, bro. Y'all be bringing them fucked up racial dynamics outside of the country. Leave that shit in the United States. Nobody cares about whatever beef y'all got going on between black males and white men. Nobody, the rest of the world don't care. Stop it. Stop. A lot of y'all cannot stop. Can't stop, won't stop.
Rico, the floor is yours, bro.
We're in a whole other country, still stuck in 1835. Be in a whole nother country, still stuck in the Jim Crow South. Be in a whole nother country, still stuck in the civil rights movement. God damn, let it go.
Talk to us.
Yo, what's up, man? So, number one, I live here, same as Rob, same as Capo, right? And Rob, what you're doing, some of it 110% agree on. You did redeem yourself just a second ago when you were like, hey, hopefully it's a white dude doing some stuff so that way you can jump on him too. So kudos to that. But
wrong.
Wow. What's that?
Do you know when it matters? It does matter. Do you know when it matters? When it's time for people to go in that voting booth. Here's the thing, the general public, let's talk about women having rights. Most of the general public in the United States, the majority of the general public in the United States agrees that women should have certain rights. If they did it, the law would be different. You understand? So when it's time to go in that voting booth, most people, even most conservatives, are not voting en masse to take women back to the 1950s. They're not doing it. Now, why I say these morals do matter is because when the Colombians go in that voting booth, when they elect mayors and they elect all that kind of stuff, that comes up. You understand? You want to know why Chil Capo got deported? It was election season. Fico was running again for mayor. That's an easy slam dunk. There don't never have to be a law on the book outline prostitution in Colombia for it to have, for public opinion and perception to have real consequences on the passport bros. Do you know why they're going so hard on migrants in Colombia because of this? You know why they're going so hard? Public perception. It don't never have to be a law on the book. It has real consequences. So yeah, they might not be able to change the law, but guess what? You might be able to get somebody there that's able to better enforce laws that are already on the books or figure out loopholes. Public perception and morality, public morality always matters. Just because it's legal, it's not morally acceptable. Even in Colombian society, people do it undercover because they get publicly ridiculed. That's true. I've seen Colombians like they be in the comment section on post. You got to speak Spanish and be following these Spanish like meme pages and stuff in Colombia. They be going again. Tuesday is good, perfect.
that? I just built a budgeting app with base 44. Guys, Nina just built.
Also, to that effect, the whole passport bro thing, whatever people want to define it, whatever people want to call it, whatever people want to say it is, make no mistake. It doesn't matter whether you're white, black, red, yellow, green. These guys are coming here to get cheeks. That's what it is. Jettis wouldn't be popping if dudes wasn't coming here for cheeks. Provenza wouldn't be popping.
Yes, it's not all that popping.
Right? So
Parquilleras is not all that popping now. I'm just being honest. The last couple times that I've been to Parquilleras, when was the last time I went? My homeboy from Bogota came, and we were supposed to go to some Afro-Colombian party in the park. I'm like, bro, we gotta go. We can't stay here. We gotta go to La Setenta. It was not, mind you, this is a Friday night. I'm not saying it don't have its good weekends, but it's not popping the way y'all think it's popping. It's really not popping like that. Okay, but a lot y'all gotta understand it. La Setenta be more popping, right? Because you got locals going and spending more money. So a lot of the locals don't want to go to Parquilleras and spend money because it's too expensive. And as a result, a lot of these places be empty. They be empty. Whereas you go to La Setenta during a football game and it will be packed out on a Monday or Tuesday. And you go to Parquilleras and it's not even filled halfway to capacity. So I'm not really sure who making more money in that situation. And then y'all got to understand when it start getting desperate like that, that's when a lot of these clubs get to scamming.
We can kind of police our own, and mostly we talked about this inside the group and outside the group.
This is what I'm saying. Y'all gotta stop talking like this. This kind of stuff, this is what the locals see, and it pisses them off. It makes them so mad, bro. Take away from chicas in the eternal spring weather. Who still go to Medellin? I went to Medellin, and I'm a woman. It has, first of all, the weather's great. I'm not a lesbian, so that don't got nothing to do with me. If you're a person that wants to live abroad, okay, it has great infrastructure. One of the best metro systems I've ever. It's better than most metro systems in the United States. That train is really efficient, really clean. The people are nice and friendly. The food is healthier. They have huge music scenes, salsa concert, Latin music concerts, everything always going. The football culture ensures that, especially during football season, the streets are packed. They have a great nightlife. There are other things outside of just the women. And the nice weather is a big plus. There are so many Americans living in Medellin that aren't on social media, that aren't on YouTube, that aren't doing content, that have chosen, and families. That's another thing y'all don't see. There are over 400 families in the parents group in Medellin. Y'all don't never hear a thing for them. They moved there with their wife, their kid, their children, everything, because they decided Medellin was the best place. It had everything that they needed to raise their family. Y'all don't hear from them. But these type of comments, the art of will, is why they freaking hate us. Just being honest.
To Rob's, credit, white dudes really ain't making it hot. They're not the ones posting the content. They're not the ones sharing the freaky deaky stuff. We are, right? And I'm not a content creator, at least a travel space content creator. I just make content on making money, and that's about it. But I do see, our people making content about booty shaking and all that stuff. So we do have to do a better job at policing ourselves and saying, hey, look, like, if we know why dudes are coming here. They're not coming here to move like the rest of us did. They're coming here to, have a good time, get some drinks or whatever. We have to do better with keeping that shit under wraps. We have to, because if not, guess what? The FBI
a reasonable
will step in. People don't understand, like, in my industry, in the make money.
Robert had a reasonable perspective.
Shit got hot. We were all making way too much money. The FBI, the FTC, everyone stepped in. And
Yeah,
they were like,
everyone started getting smacked by the FTC. Now nobody's guaranteeing any money anymore. Like, because I'm in that, that's the world I'm in, right? So we see
happen.
Yeah, we see that it's being policed and monitored. People think everything is good, right? The digital marketing, online business, info space, everyone's fucking making a shitload of money. And then all of a sudden it's like, yo, where'd all these guys go? Man, they all got smacked by the FTC. They all got hit fucking 5 million, 10 million, 20 million. Like they all got
hit, bro.
Yeah.
All of us got hit. And the travel space is not going to be immune. It will actually be worse.
Yeah, because when they hit everybody at once. That's why it takes so long. They just sit there and they stack up everyone. They come in and they fucking wipe out everybody.
Wait. Hold on, Rob, because I want to get to that 1 second, but let me read the super chat. It says the Passport Bro hashtag was originally created by expats for expatriates, not ex-tourists or weekend warriors.
I recently needed a temporary phone number for SMS verification, so I decided to give Quacker a shot. Honestly,
BMT needs to emphasize this more often.
Okay, let me address
Shout out
this.
to you for the five.
He says, I never heard any positive feedback about the local food in Medellin. They say it's bland and lack seasoning. Here's the benefit. And yes, the food in general, you do have to look for people who cook really well. And I have awesome places I can recommend in Medellin. And they're like, I frequent these places where I get local food, not international, local food. And it's very good, very well seasoned. It's not lacking nothing, right? What I mean by the food is it's healthy. Like it's real freaking food, fresh out the ground, farm raised. Like you wouldn't unintentionally lose weight just by living in Medellin. That is something that's very difficult to find. On top of being in a place that has great weather and all that infrastructure.
Super chat, bro.
For black men, though.
So
I mean, he did if you actually listen.
That's exactly what it was.
Let me say this, Rob, right? Because I see this as being deeper than just people showcasing women on camera. I see this as this is almost like we don't want black men to be free, and that might sound like I'm kind of, I'm kind of going a little too hard, or I'm being, kind of like dramatic. But just hear me out for a second, right? We know that the cost of living is shooting up in the U.S. Every time the hardships of the people get harder inside of America, black people are usually the people that feel it the most. So a lot of black people are starting to opt into moving overseas, get a better cost of living, better dating life.
Do you honestly think people would give a fuck about? I'm gonna be so for real about shit that I see in conservative spaces. Some of y'all might hate me for this, but I gotta tell the truth. I saw a video that it was a conservative space, and it was a black man having a conversation, and he was like, I think it's time for us. It was after the whole thing that happened with what's that boy's name? Carmelo Anthony. Once he got his conviction, which you had to be stupid if you didn't think he was going to get convicted based on the things that were actually presented in evidence in the police report, not all the other extra stuff that was like floated online, but what was actually, the shit was public information. You would have known he was going to get convicted. I digress. Do y'all know there was a man, I forgot who it was, who did a public interview, and he was like, it's time for us black men to pack up and leave and go build somewhere else. And do you know what they were saying in those conservative groups? Who's gonna tell him? They were like, damn, fine. Do y'all know that there are a lot of people in the United States that if they woke up tomorrow and all the black men were gone, they would not shed a tear. They might actually celebrate. And I'm just being so honest. I'm being so honest here. Like, I don't even want to talk. I'm just telling y'all the truth. I'm not here to talk shit about black men, but I am here to combat delusion because y'all keep making this about race. And I'm telling y'all what it really is. Majority of people in the United States don't want you around. They don't think that you are. A lot of y'all, because here's the thing, that same mentality where y'all don't want nobody criticizing the bad things that some of these passport bros are doing so we can clean that shit up. that same mentality exists within the Black community, and people are noticing it. They notice that when we promote the fuck shit, or they notice that we don't like to hold each other accountable. We like to play the race card. So a lot of people, it's not even just white people in the United States. A lot of people be like, bro, we don't even want y'all around, really. You are absolutely delusional being any type of African American, and you think America wants to keep you trapped in the United States. Absolutely not. They don't. I promise you. And I'm going to even include like just forget Black male. I'm going to include Black people in general. If we all disappeared off of the face of the earth in the United States tomorrow, then people would not flinch an eye. I promise you they wouldn't. You know what's going to happen? Murder rate going to go down. I'm just being honest. That kind of stuff going to go down. You know what else going to happen? A lot of the foolishness that go on in these high schools with these big old brawls and fighting, all that, cut out. Majority of that, cut out. Them teen takeovers going on in them cities, stop, cut out. I'm just being, I hate to have to do it, but I gotta do it. I gotta do it. If I don't say the truth, y'all gonna continue with this delusional narrative that people want to keep us held captive in the United States. Y'all need to start going. Just don't go in there to argue. Y'all need to start going in some of these conservative groups on Facebook, Twitter, and just observing. Them people do not care. They will not lose no sleep tomorrow if Black Americans left, all Black Americans got up and left the United States. They would not care. They wouldn't. Furthermore, y'all have failed to come to the realization that the Black American has been replaced by Latinos. So whatever source of labor or whatever you think we're providing, we're not. That's been replaced. Y'all gotta stop that. Y'all gotta stop with that delusional narrative. The U.S. is looking to replace FBI's with Latino. It's already been done. They can stop the illegal immigration, whatever case may be. Now, that sign, seal, deliver. That's done. Look at the voting turnout as an example. Yes, none of these politicians ever have to do another thing for Black Americans. And guess what? They're not going. They're not going to. That's it. Our ship has sailed. Our ship has sailed. It's done. It's a wrap. We can't bounce back from this. It's the reality. I never said white kids don't do anything. But see, I'm going to make y'all mad when I start pulling up stats. When I start pulling up stats, y'all are going to get upset. Y'all are going to get upset. I can tell you as a teacher, I worked at a predominantly Latino school, and then I worked at a predominantly Black school. Do I have to tell y'all which school the children fought less at? Do I have to tell y'all which school the children were more respectful at? Do I have to tell y'all which school had a higher turnout for parent-teacher conferences? Do I have to tell y'all which school were the kids more likely to the parents more likely to show basic respect when you called them to talk to them about your child's behavior? Do I have to really say it? Even when I worked at the predominantly Hispanic school, do I have to tell y'all which of the few kids that were there were always responsible for most of the fighting? Y'all are gonna get mad when I start speaking facts. So you are out of your mind if you think them people care whether we stay or we go. I can't agree with that. Mariah, the black spending power is powerful in the United States to an extent. You think it's more powerful right now than the Latino spending power? Y'all are gonna get upset when if I just start, because here's the thing, y'all are trying to make it seem like what I'm saying is based on opinion and it's based on like public perception and people feel the way that they feel just based on wrong messaging. When I start pulling up facts and statistics, y'all are gonna get upset. So let's not do that. Let's not do that. Y'all know that I'm not up here telling no lies. Let's not do that. I've done that before on my channel already. Thank you, Hugh Stephen. You are extremely correct and articulate in our Black inability to hold each other accountable. We always have an excuse for our behavior. It's learned behavior, which our community fails to address. And it's not even necessarily the behavior in itself. It's every time something happens, we gonna get behind the foolishness. Because every other group, not necessarily at the same rates, but every other group has criminals and criminality in it, but the community disowns them. The community shames them. The community does not defend it. We finna get behind it every single time. And what does the reason have to be? Because they're Black. It's the same conversation that these men are having in the travel space. Why would you as another Black man say something about this behavior? You're making no. Your behavior is making Black men look bad. Not the Black person that called you out. Address the root of the problem, the behavior, not the Black person that called you out. Again, they're taking that same mentality overseas and then they sitting up, oh, they just want us in America to stay so bad. And this is an attack. It's an attack on the Black man. When now, a lot of y'all go into other countries and the people in the other country turned off of y'all. I gotta keep it 1,000. These white people in America don't come if you stay or care if you stay or go. Here we go. Another light skin color is coming online hating on her. I can pull up other Black women, darker than me, full on Black women. That's what I'm saying. Anytime somebody call out the negative behavior, it's this colorist, you hating on being Black. Now you're trying to follow Black men to other countries. I didn't follow Black men nowhere. Anytime. There's something wrong with a lot of y'all mind. Your mind is broken. Something is not right. Something ain't right. Something not clicking.
Do you think to some degree that you might be co-opting a possibility where Black people are not going to be able to settle overseas?
So when we talk about in terms of intent, I have zero intentions of that, not even close, right? Like I literally hang out. My friends here right now in Medellin are Black, right? Like I hang out every day. So like I have what I'm doing has zero intent of creating that kind of environment for everyone. I don't want that environment for anyone at all, right? Like
all 5 of them, Rob, tell them.
This is what I'm saying. Again, something don't be right in y'all mind. Y'all cherry pick what people be saying. I have gotten on my channel and I have literally talked about white men traveling to Latin America to mess with children. Can you list negatives of white people? I had literally just said within the same conversation that other groups of people, that would include white people, commit crimes. Are they doing it at the same rate? No, but they are doing it. But the difference is, majority of the time, because see, y'all want to cherry pick like this one about Chud the Builder. In general, white people do not glorify criminality and criminal behavior. They don't. This whole Chud the Builder thing became a stupid racial issue. And honestly, I don't want to speak on that too much because I don't know about that case. And I don't know too much about Chud the Builder, to be honest. But from what I've seen, this is a racially charged issue. But in general, okay, y'all want to do it, so let's do it. I have to do it now. I have to do it right now. I have to do it now. Because now y'all are making it seem like, I hate to do it, but I got to do it. I got to do it. Because now y'all are making it seem like I'm just speaking from a bias or my own perspective. So I have to do it. Y'all gonna get mad. Oh well. Gotta do it. I hate having to do this. Gotta do it. I just gotta do this for the record, or else y'all are gonna say I lied. I'm lying and talking based on my opinion. Okay, so I got it pulling up some other information, but for right now, I don't care what you say. Light-skinned black women hate black people because usually they were bullied. I can fight real well, so whatever. Ain't nobody bullying me. Did I get bullied here on YouTube? Ain't nobody bullying me. Okay. But even you saying that, let's say I got bullied for being light-skinned. You don't think that's a problem? Is that a shortcoming or me, or you don't think that that's a problem? Was that a shortcoming of me, or do you not think that's a problem to bully somebody because of their skin color? You are proving my point. You are proving my point. Like what? Thank you. Okay, so that's another thing that's just stupid. So I asked, can you pull up violent crime rates based on race in the United States? Yes, the most commonly cited U.S. sources are FBI arrests, Uniform Crime Reporting, and the Department of Justice's Victimization Survey. These measure different things. FBI arrests people arrested for offenses, not necessarily convicted. Victimization surveys, NCVS, victims' descriptions of offenders, including crimes that may not have resulted in arrests. So violent crime, this is just violent crime. The FBI defines violent crime as unaliving and non-negligent manslaughter, rape, robbery, aggravated assault. Now, keep in mind that Black people are only 13% of the population. White people, of course, it's proportional to their race. They do violent crimes at about 56%, but they're about 56% of the population too. Second is Black people. We are only about 13% of the population. We make up 39% of all violent crimes. And then other races make up 5%. Okay, so figures include all violent crime arrests reported by participating agencies. White people, 69%, a little bit higher. That is a little higher than their actual representation. Then you have Black people, again, at 13%, committing 27%, getting arrested 27% of the time for a violent crime. All other races at about 4%. Unaliving arrest. Okay, Black people make up 50%. We are 13% of the population. White people make up 47%, and all other races make up 3%. Okay, so this is a proportional index, okay, of violent crime arrest. Okay, so white people, actually, they make up 72% of the population, and the violent crime arrests are 56%. So that's 0.78, right, of the proportional index. Black people make up 13.5% of the population, and we are arrested at a rate for violent crimes that is 38.9. That is 2.88 times our proportional index. And it's so minuscule, the other groups of people. Now, I'm going to ask another question, okay? How likely is it that a Black person will get unalived by a white person and vice versa? If you're asking about the likelihood that a homicide is interracial, the FBI Supplementary Homicide Reports provides the best available data because they link the victim and offender's race in single victim offender cases. So in white victims, 81% of the time the offender is white, right? And if the offender is Black, it's 16.3%. With Black victims, 7.6% of the time, the offender will be white. And 90% of the time, the offender will be Black. So Black people are 2 times more likely to unalive a white person than it is the other way around. White people are 2 times more likely to be the victim of a homicide, more than 2 times more likely to be a victim of a homicide by a Black person than the other way around. Twice as many Black on white homicides as white on Black homicides. Okay. I'm sorry I had to have a hard conversation with you all. When did those current stats start? 2019. Okay. But I digress. Hear that mentality. Just admit you hate being black. I come from a black woman. What are you talking about? You can't speak truth. You can't. That's why the problems in our community don't get solved, because I don't care about what happened 100, 400 years ago. Nobody cares. It's not relevant, Romeo. Nobody cares. People care about what's in front of them today. Nobody cares anymore. People care about their safety today and how they're living today. That's it. That's all. So I brought up stats that are relevant for today. So point being, if y'all think people care about Black people leaving the United States and moving abroad, you are absolutely, you got to be delusional. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. And I'm saying this as a Black person. I don't think any white person is fighting to keep me in their community. Absolutely not. Nobody cares. Okay, guys, I think I'm going to finish this. I know some of y'all might get mad about what I said, but we got to, I hate that whole delusional ass talking point. That, oh my God, because you know why? You know what it is? It's a deflection. It's like if you blame it on racism and people just not wanting Black people to do better, then now we don't have to address, they feel like we don't have to address the issues going on with that faction of the Passport Bros movement who is so sex driven and sex focused. We don't have to address the secret cams. We don't have to address the WhatsApp groups. We don't have to address the putting this on YouTube. We don't have to address the sex part. It's a cop-out. And the problem is that cop-out has been used already in the United States, in our community, so much that the situation has just deteriorated at this point. And again, they're taking these same tactics overseas. But the good thing is, what I will say is that there are a lot of Black men who left the United States because they wanted to literally escape the matrix in every kind of way. And I'm starting to see a lot of these Black men calling this shit out in a way that I ain't never really seen it being called out in the United States. So I don't think that a lot of y'all gonna be able to play this game that you're so used to being played. No, you're gonna have to wrestle with the stuff that you do. And the great thing is, even if you choose not to, guess what? These countries ain't having it. Y'all gotta understand, they're not white people. These are not white. You can bully white American people into submission. You can. All you gotta do is bring up slavery. All you gotta do is bring up slavery. White American people gonna start feeling guilty. They're gonna be trying to make, well, they don't want to look like a racist. These Latinos don't give a damn about. They gonna say, bro, I ain't had shit to do with American slavery. They don't feel like they owe you anything. You're not gonna be able to bully them into submission. You're not gonna be able to claim racism. You should see how they turn off Africans with that nonsense. Yeah, baby, Africans is on all over YouTube making videos. Y'all just seen Home Tub, that man was snitching on Austin. Austin don't even be doing nothing. It's over. Y'all gotta even in America, the race card is over. People aren't having it. It's old, it's tired, it's played out. Nobody cares. Gardenville, my late homie was an FBA who was able to move out the hood before he turned 20, and he's had at least 2 felonies and was an inactive vice lord. But he was able to turn his life around. It's too many Black people being successful. That's another thing. It's too many Black people being successful and finding success And we tired of being associated with the foolishness. We tired of being associated with the victim mindset. We tired of every time we trying to progress in the world, hold each other accountable, trying to build. Here somebody go dragging us back into slavery. Yeah, like y'all, it's some of these people holding us hostage. Y'all won't let it go. We sick of it. Who said I'm in the hood? I'm talking about the correlation between socioeconomic status and crime. I love that you brought that up because Austin was bringing up how a lot of stuff is cultural. Austin was bringing up, let's take it out of Black America. Let's compare it between crime rates in Colombia versus the crime rates in Vietnam. Yes, anytime you have go into a poorer area, crime is going to be higher. But if you compare crime rates in Colombia versus crime rates in Vietnam, it's not even close. Colombia thwarts Vietnam, even though Colombia has a stronger economy. There are poor people everywhere in Vietnam. A lot of this has to do with cultural values and norms and what you allow as a society as well. Black people coming out of slavery committed way less crimes than Black people do now. Black people during the 1960s committed way less crime than Black people do now. But it was because our values were also different at the time. The behaviors that we were willing to engage in were a lot different at the time. What we viewed as decency and respectable and social behaviors was different at the time. Bro, I traveled to many African countries and you should see how they treat Black Americans compared to white people. It's a huge difference. I've seen it in the United States. I went to an Ethiopian restaurant one day. We came in, and so white people came after us. And you best believe they ran and served in white people first. You better believe it. That's why I say all that skin color shit, over. Don't forget single mother parent households comparison from then and now. Yeah, let's not forget how many men was taking care of their kids comparison from then and now. But yeah, I mean, that has to do with it. That has to, all of that. Society values as a whole has gone down, hence why OnlyFans exist. I've been conservative. I've been conservative. My videos are up. I've been conservative. I don't want to get into that, but I've been conservative. I don't know how you listen to me and take me for anything other than that. I shouldn't have to say that. I'm a very matter of fact, no nonsense kind of person. Africans were here when we was slaves kissing and they still destroyed every one of their countries. I mean, I'm not going to argue with that. Okay. So anyways, guys, I'm about to go to sleep. I've been on here for a long time. I've been on here for over 4 hours. Bottom line, if we're going to keep it a buck, it's only liberals and feminists that white ones to, what you talking about? Hold on, what was you saying, Brian? The Black American community has many issues that were African made and need adjusting, but I could care less about crackers' opinions about it. But it shouldn't matter. Here's the thing. The reason why I brought up white people is because the claim was made on the panel that white people are just trying to keep Black men in America. And my argument was they could care less if Black people leave America. Our political power has been greatly diminished. It's been replaced by the Latinos. Our spending power, all of that replaced by the Latinos. And on top of that, they associate us with high violent crime rates in proportion to our race. So nobody's trying to keep us there. They don't care. My camera's about to die on here. I'm gonna talk to y'all on here. That was my whole point in saying all that. It's not necessarily about caring what white people think. Black people, we need to fix the issues with our community solely because it would be a benefit to us. Period. It would be nothing but a benefit to us. Why? If we brought down violent crime rates, more Black people would live. More investment would come into the community. We brought down the male on male violence rates, more fathers would be available for their children. If we got together our dating situation and how more families would be together. So it's our benefit, solely our benefit to get it together. Many still call Michelle Obama, and her husband, what? But why? See, y'all keep bringing this up. Why? Y'all just bring up the divorce rate. If you want to tackle the divorce rate, you got to wrestle with why. Why are these women asking for a divorce? But that's we can probably talk about that tomorrow. Mariah, that also means discussing Black femicide too. Oh, you're correct. Yeah. Y'all want to sit up and talk about these divorce rates. A lot of these women getting out of these very toxic relationships. But we can discuss, like, y'all want to talk about Black femicide, which is all these Black women getting unalived. Okay, well, yeah, we can say that too. Anyway, I'm done with that. I know a lot of y'all are not going to agree with what I said. Everything I was said, I can pull up statistics to back it, so I don't care. I'm not here to not hurt feelings. I'm not interested in being politically correct. I'm just interested in being correct. With that said, this don't wrong, Romeo, because women will sacrifice their happiness, but men will sacrifice their happiness. Women will sacrifice their family for their happiness, but men will sacrifice their happiness for their family. No, it's a lot of men that's not willing to sacrifice busting a nut in another woman for their family. They weren't thinking about their happiness then, or they weren't thinking about their family then. They was thinking about their happiness. So we could really go into that. I'm gonna say that for another show. With that said, y'all have a good night.